It takes light 4 years to reach our nearest neighbor. Tonight, we will take that journey slowly together, drifting through the quiet darkness between worlds. We'll leave Earth behind, pass the moon in a breath, orbit the sun in minutes, and then we'll enter the vast, beautiful emptiness, the space between stars, the place where silence becomes infinite, where distance loses meaning, and where the universe reveals its true scale not in what fills it, but in what doesn't. This is not a race. This is a meditation on vastness, a gentle reminder of how small we are, and how extraordinary it is that we're here at all, looking up, wondering, measuring the immeasurable. Before we begin this slow drift into the cosmos, if you find comfort in these quiet explorations of science and space, a gentle like or subscribe would mean more than you know. It helps this little corner of the universe continue to exist. And I'd love to know something about you too. Where are you listening from right now? What time is it where you are? Are you in bed, on a long drive, or wrapped in a blanket with the lights low? Or maybe you already know one beautiful fact about the universe you'd like to share. Leave a comment if you feel like it. Across all this distance, your presence here is a small miracle. Now take a slow breath, let your shoulders soften, let the day loosen its grip. We're about to leave everything familiar behind and step into a darkness so wide that even light takes years to cross it. We begin on Earth. You are standing on a world that feels still, solid, unmoving. And yet Earth is in constant motion. It spins once every 24 hours, turning eastward at over 1,000 miles per hour. If you're near the equator, it orbits the sun at about 30 kilometers per second, and the sun itself is orbiting the center of the Milky Way, carrying Earth along like a tiny passenger on a glowing spiral ride that takes 230 million years to complete one loop. Motion layered on motion, speed hidden inside calm. You don't feel any of it because everything you've ever known has always been moving together. At this moment, imagine lifting gently away from the surface. No engines, no sound, just drifting upward, passing over oceans and clouds, cities and coastlines shrinking beneath you. In less than a second, at the speed of light, Earth is already behind you, a blue and white marble suspended in black. That pale glow contains every mountain, every ocean, every story ever told. All of human history compressed into a fragile sphere you could cover with your thumb. 1 second, that's all it takes for light to leave Earth and reach the moon. The moon appears quickly, quiet and scarred, its surface etched with billions of years of impacts. It has no atmosphere to soften the blows, no wind to erase the past. Every crater is a memory, every shadow is ancient. For thousands of years, humans looked up at this silent companion and wondered what it was, what it meant, whether anyone else stood there looking back. Now we pass it effortlessly, in the time it takes to blink. 1 second and it's already behind us, fading into the darkness. The emptiness between Earth and the moon is already immense by human standards, yet on the cosmic scale it is barely a breath. Ahead of us, the sun waits. Light takes about 8 minutes to travel from the sun to Earth. 8 minutes of uninterrupted motion at the fastest speed the universe allows. As we glide forward, the sun grows brighter, warmer, more commanding. It is not a gentle object when seen up close. It is a vast churning sphere of plasma. 1.3 million Earths could fit inside it, fusing hydrogen into helium every second, releasing more energy than our entire civilization could consume in millions of years. Those photons warming your skin on a sunny day began their journey here. deep in the sun's core, struggling outward for hundreds of thousands of years before finally racing across space to reach Earth in just 8 minutes. Tonight we follow that same path outward instead of in. We pass the sun, and suddenly the inner solar system opens around us. Mercury flashes by in moments, a scorched world of extremes. Venus follows, wrapped in thick clouds, a warning of how delicate planetary balance can be. Mars appears briefly, red and quiet, still holding questions about whether life ever found a foothold there. Each planet is separated by millions of kilometers of near-perfect nothingness. Space is not crowded. It is overwhelmingly empty. Beyond the planets, the light grows thinner. The warmth fades. We move past the realm of familiar orbits and enter the outskirts of the sun's influence, a distant spherical boundary where the solar wind finally gives way to interstellar space. This edge, the heliopause, lies billions of kilometers from Earth. Light takes hours to cross it. Even at this unimaginable speed, the solar system reveals its true size not through what fills it, but through the long stretches where there is almost nothing at all. And then, we are between the stars. Here, the universe changes character. There are no planets nearby, no warm suns filling the sky, just darkness, punctured occasionally by distant pinpricks of light. The average distance between stars in our region of the galaxy is about 4 light-years. That means if you traveled at the speed of light, faster than anything with mass could ever go, it would still take 4 full years to reach the next star. 4 years of uninterrupted motion through a void so empty that entire solar systems could drift through it without ever touching anything. This is where the scale of the universe begins to settle in. For the next long stretch of our journey, nothing dramatic happens, and that's the point. There is no scenery rushing past, no landmarks to count, just a deep, quiet expanse where atoms are so sparse that they rarely meet. This emptiness is not wasted space, it is the structure of the universe itself. The vast distances are what allow stars to burn peacefully for billions of years. They are what keep galaxies from collapsing into chaos. The universe is big not because it is full, but because it is careful. As we drift onward, Alpha Centauri lies ahead, our nearest stellar neighbor, 4 light-years away. Even now, even moving at the ultimate speed limit, it remains distant, unreachable for a long, long time. And that distance is only the beginning. For now we float, suspended between what we know and what we're about to discover. Wrapped in silence so complete that it feels almost alive, let the quiet hold you for a moment. There is no rush. The universe is patient. The Earth is already far behind us now, shrinking into a pale blue thought rather than a place. At the speed of light, distance loses its familiar meaning, yet it also becomes more honest. We feel it not as miles or kilometers, but as waiting, as duration, as the quiet stretching of time itself. The moon, which once felt like a distant companion in the night sky, slipped past us almost instantly. 1 second, that's all it took. A single heartbeat and it was gone, left behind in the darkness like a memory that fades the moment you stop looking at it. 8 minutes after leaving Earth we pass the sun. 8 minutes is how long sunlight takes to reach the warmth on your skin, the light in your room, the glow behind your closed eyelids. The sun, massive and ancient, fills space with heat and gravity, holding everything nearby in a delicate balance. From here it doesn't roar, it doesn't blaze, it simply exists, a quiet furnace suspended in blackness. Even this giant, the anchor of our lives, is already beginning to feel small. As we continue outward, the planets slide by like faint ornaments in a vast dark hallway. Mercury flashes past, scorched and silent. Venus follows, wrapped in thick clouds, hiding a surface hot enough to melt metal. Earth is gone now, truly gone, no longer visible, no longer central. Mars drifts by, cold and dusty, a world that almost was something more. Jupiter looms briefly, enormous and striped, its gravity powerful enough to reshape entire orbits, its storms older than human civilization. Saturn's rings shimmer for a moment, impossibly thin and impossibly wide, then vanish behind us. Uranus and Neptune pass quietly, distant blue and cold, their sunlight already weak and diluted. And then the solar system begins to thin out. The planets are behind us. The Kuiper Belt, a scattered halo of icy remnants and forgotten building blocks, stretches on for hours. Comets, frozen and dark, drift in slow, lonely paths, some of them not having felt the sun's warmth since before humans existed. Beyond that lies the Oort cloud, a spherical shell of debris so distant that even now, moving at light speed, it takes days to cross. This is the true edge of home. Not a wall, not a border, just a gradual fading. Eventually, even the sun becomes indistinguishable from the other stars. It's just another point of light now, one among hundreds of billions. And with that realization, something shifts. We have entered interstellar space, the space between stars. This is where the universe begins to reveal its real scale, not in objects but in absence. The distance between stars is not dramatic or loud. It is patient, vast, quiet in a way that feels almost intentional. For the next stretch of our journey, there will be very little to see. No planets rushing past, no glowing orbits, just darkness broken occasionally by distant starlight that has been traveling for years, centuries, sometimes longer. Light from the nearest star system, Alpha Centauri, takes over 4 years to reach Earth. 4 years at the fastest speed the universe allows. 4 years of uninterrupted travel. If this video were to last an hour just describing this space, we would still be barely beginning to understand how empty it is. The mind expects something to happen, a landmark, a change, but space resists that expectation. It teaches stillness. Between stars, matter is spread so thin that calling it something feels generous. A few atoms per cubic centimeter, wisps of gas, occasional grains of dust. This isn't emptiness as we know it on Earth. This is a gentler, deeper absence, a near-perfect vacuum where sound cannot travel, where motion has no friction, where time itself feels stretched and softened. As we drift, you might notice something subtle happening in your thoughts. Without scenery to cling to, the mind begins to loosen its grip. There's nothing to track, nothing to anticipate. The universe is not asking for your attention here. It simply exists, vast and indifferent, and strangely calming because of it. The stars ahead don't rush toward us. They barely seem to move at all. Even at light speed, distances this large don't compress into anything familiar. They remain stubbornly enormous. The nearest star grows brighter so slowly that minutes pass without noticeable change. This is the kind of scale that refuses to be rushed. And yet this emptiness is not useless. It is essential. Without these enormous gaps, gravity would collapse everything inward. Stars would crowd and collide. Galaxies would be unstable. The silence between objects is what allows structure to exist at all. Emptiness is not a flaw in the universe. It is one of its greatest design features. 4 years into our journey, the faint glow ahead finally resolves into a star system, Alpha Centauri. 3 stars bound together in a slow gravitational dance. For a moment we are reminded that even here, even after years of nothingness, gravity still finds a way to gather matter, to create islands of light in a dark sea. But we don't stop, we don't linger, because one star system, no matter how close, is still just a single drop in an ocean that barely acknowledges its existence. As Alpha Centauri slips behind us, the silence returns, deeper now, more complete, and it becomes clear that this long quiet drifting is the true answer to the question of size. The universe is not big because it is crowded with things. It is big because it allows so much space between them, space enough for stars to be born and die without interference, space enough for galaxies to spin for billions of years, space enough for thoughts like yours to exist, briefly, gently within it. As we continue forward, wrapped in darkness and distance, there is no rush. The universe has nowhere to be, and for a while, neither do you. The silence deepens as we move farther from that last familiar star, and it's a different kind of quiet now. Not the quiet of a paused moment, but the quiet of something that has always been this way. Interstellar space stretches outward in all directions, and for a long time nothing changes. No landmarks, no edges, just darkness layered upon darkness, punctured occasionally by distant points of light that refuse to grow closer in any meaningful way. Even at light speed, the universe does not hurry to reveal itself. It lets you wait. It lets you feel the distance. The stars around us are no longer individual destinations. They blur into a faint, scattered glow, each one separated from the next by trillions of kilometers of emptiness. If you could slow down time and look closely, you'd see that even here, even in what feels like nothing, the universe is not completely still. Hydrogen atoms drift slowly. Magnetic fields stretch thin threads across space. Cosmic rays pass silently through everything, including you, carrying whispers from supernovae that exploded long before Earth existed. But none of this announces itself loudly. The universe does not interrupt you. It simply continues patiently. As the minutes pass, then hours, the idea of distance begins to lose its sharp edges. The mind stops trying to count. 4 light years, 10, 20, the numbers stop feeling useful. What remains instead is a sensation, a soft realization that the space between stars is not a gap meant to be crossed quickly, but a vast buffer of calm, a place where nothing is demanded of matter or thought. This is where the universe rests between acts. Eventually, something subtle begins to change. The darkness ahead grows less uniform, not brighter exactly, just denser. More stars begin to appear in your forward view, not rushing toward you, but accumulating slowly, like mist thickening at dawn. This is the edge of something larger, not a wall, not a border, a gradual gathering. You are approaching the outer regions of the Milky Way galaxy. From the outside, a galaxy is a breathtaking structure, spiral arms, a glowing core, billions upon billions of stars bound together by gravity. But from here, from within, it doesn't look dramatic at all. It looks like more stars, more distance, more quiet. The Milky Way doesn't announce itself with fanfare. It reveals itself through patience, through scale that unfolds slowly enough to humble you. As we move deeper, the density of stars increases. Distances between them shrink from light years to fractions of light years. Still vast, but no longer lonely in the same way. Star systems pass more frequently now. though frequently is still a generous word. Days can pass between close encounters, but compared to the deep interstellar void, this feels almost crowded. The galaxy is not a solid object. It is not a place you enter all at once. It is a gradient, a slow transition from near nothing into something unimaginably large. Dust clouds begin to appear, faint and ghost-like, stretching across light years. Nebulae glow softly in distant colors, reds and blues barely visible against the black. These are stellar nurseries, places where gravity has gathered gas tightly enough for new stars to ignite. Even here, creation is quiet, no explosions, just slow collapse, heat building over millions of years. You might expect the galaxy to feel busy, alive with motion, but most of its stars orbit in silence, completing a single revolution over hundreds of millions of years. Civilizations could rise and fall between one galactic heartbeat and the next, and yet everything holds together. Gravity works tirelessly, gently, pulling without touching, shaping without sound. As we travel farther inward, the Milky Way begins to curve around us, not as a visible arc, but as a sense of enclosure. Stars surround you more fully now, above and below, ahead and behind. You are no longer drifting between islands. You are inside a vast city of suns, one that has been glowing quietly for over 13 billion years. The silence deepens as we move farther from that last familiar star, and it's a different kind of quiet now. Not the quiet of a paused moment, but the quiet of something that has always been this way. Interstellar space stretches outward in all directions, and for a long time, nothing changes. No landmarks, no edges, just darkness layered upon darkness, punctured occasionally by distant points of light that refuse to grow closer in any meaningful way. Even at light speed, the universe does not hurry to reveal itself. It lets you wait. It lets you feel the distance. The stars around us are no longer individual destinations. They blur into a faint, scattered glow, each one separated from the next by trillions of kilometers of emptiness. If you could slow down time and look closely, you'd see that even here, even in what feels like nothing, the universe is not completely still. Hydrogen atoms drift slowly. Magnetic fields stretch thin threads across space. Cosmic rays pass silently through everything, including you, carrying whispers from supernovae that exploded long before Earth existed. But none of this announces itself loudly. The universe does not interrupt you. It simply continues, patiently. As the minutes pass, then hours, the idea of distance begins to lose its sharp edges. The mind stops trying to count. 4 light years, 10, 20. The numbers stop feeling useful. What remains instead is a sensation, a soft realization that the space between stars is not a gap meant to be crossed quickly, but a vast buffer of calm, a place where nothing is demanded of matter or thought. This is where the universe rests between acts. Eventually, something subtle begins to change. The darkness ahead grows less uniform, not brighter exactly, just denser. More stars begin to appear in your forward view, not rushing toward you, but accumulating slowly, like mist thickening at dawn. This is the edge of something larger, not a wall, not a border, a gradual gathering. You are approaching the outer regions of the Milky Way galaxy. From the outside, a galaxy is a breathtaking structure, spiral arms, a glowing core, billions upon billions of stars bound together by gravity. But from here, from within, it doesn't look dramatic at all. It looks like more stars, more distance, more quiet. The Milky Way doesn't announce itself with fanfare. It reveals itself through patience, through scale that unfolds slowly enough to humble you. As we move deeper, the density of stars increases. Distances between them shrink from light years to fractions of light years, still vast, but no longer lonely in the same way. Star systems pass more frequently now, though frequently is still a generous word. Days can pass between close encounters, but compared to the deep interstellar void, this feels almost crowded. The galaxy is not a solid object. It is not a place you enter all at once. It is a gradient, a slow transition from near nothing into something unimaginably large. Dust clouds begin to appear, faint and ghost-like, stretching across light years. Nebulae glow softly in distant colors, reds and blues barely visible against the black. These are stellar nurseries, places where gravity has gathered gas tightly enough for new stars to ignite. Even here, creation is quiet. No explosions, just slow collapse, heat building over millions of years. You might expect the galaxy to feel busy, alive with motion, but most of its stars orbit in silence, completing a single revolution over hundreds of millions of years. Civilizations could rise and fall between one galactic heartbeat and the next. And yet, everything holds together. Gravity works tirelessly, gently, pulling without touching, shaping without sound. As we travel farther inward, the Milky Way begins to curve around us, not as a visible arc, but as a sense of enclosure. Stars surround you more fully now, above and below, ahead and behind. You are no longer drifting between islands. You are inside a vast city of suns, one that has been glowing quietly for over 13 billion years. We approach the inner regions now. The stars here move faster, drawn by stronger gravity. Their orbits curve more tightly. Everything leans towards something unseen ahead. The galactic center, not a destination in the ordinary sense, but a presence, a deep gravitational well that shapes the motion of everything around it. Long before we reach it, you can sense its influence. Velocities increase, orbits tighten, the galaxy's calm becomes subtly charged, like the air before a distant storm that will never quite arrive. At the heart of this vast spiral lies a supermassive black hole, millions of times more massive than the Sun. Not a monster roaring in hunger, but a silent anchor, holding the galaxy together through gravity alone. And even this immense structure, this island of hundreds of billions of stars, is small, tiny, a single grain in a cosmic beach that stretches far beyond what we can see from here. Because the Milky Way is not alone, as we prepare to drift beyond it, toward the space between galaxies, there's a gentle realization settling in. The universe is not defined by what it contains, but by how much space it allows things to exist within. It is generous beyond measure, quiet beyond expectation, and endlessly patient with those who choose to explore it slowly. We drift onward, away from the dense glow of the inner galaxy, and slowly, gently, into the quieter outskirts of the Milky Way. There is no sudden moment where you can say, "Now we've left it." No gate, no border, just fewer stars, longer silences, wider spaces between each point of light. The galaxy thins the way fog thins at dawn, not all at once, but molecule by molecule, until you suddenly realize you're surrounded mostly by dark. Here, the stars feel more solitary. Each one is an island, floating alone in a sea of near-perfect emptiness. The average distance between stars stretches to several light years. That means even traveling at the speed of light, it would take years to move from one warm sun to the next, years of nothing in between, no planets, no dust thick enough to notice, just the faint glow of distant galaxies barely whispering across unimaginable distances. This is where the concept of size begins to stop being visual and starts becoming emotional, because emptiness like this is not dramatic, it's not frightening, it's patient. It doesn't rush to fill itself, it doesn't demand attention, it simply exists, vast and quiet, holding space for anything that might one day pass through. As we continue outward, the Milky Way behind us now looks less like a bright spiral and more like a soft smear of light, billions of stars compressed into a thin glowing disk. From here, our galaxy resembles what we see in telescopes when we look outward from Earth, a reminder that perspective changes everything. What once surrounded us completely now fits inside a single field of view, and beyond it, the space between galaxies begins. Intergalactic space is the most dominant environment in the universe. Not stars, not planets, not galaxies. The dark between them. On average, galaxies are separated by millions of light years. Not empty in the absolute sense. There are still stray atoms, faint radiation, ghostly neutrinos passing through, but so sparse that you could travel for thousands of years at light speed and never encounter anything resembling a solid object. If interstellar space feels quiet, intergalactic space feels almost philosophical. It's where motion slows in the mind, where direction feels optional, where the idea of here and there loses urgency. In this darkness, the universe seems less like a place and more like a condition. Ahead of us, far ahead, faint smudges begin to appear, other galaxies, each one a city of stars comparable in size to the Milky Way, each one holding hundreds of billions of suns of its own, spiral galaxies, elliptical galaxies, irregular galaxies, some calm and orderly, others chaotic, distorted by past collisions and gravitational dances that played out over billions of years. We pass one slowly, its light stretched thin by distance and time. The photons reaching us now began their journey before Earth had forests, before animals walked on land, before the sun itself was fully formed. Light is not just illumination here, it is memory. Every glow you see is a record of something that was, not something that is. And this is another quiet truth about the size of the universe. The farther you look, the further back in time you travel. Distance and history are the same thing, written in different units. Light years are not just measures of space, they are measures of how long the universe has been unfolding. As we move deeper, galaxies stop appearing one by one and begin clustering together. Groups, clusters, superclusters, gravity pulling matter into vast, slow assemblies. The Milky Way is part of a small group called the Local Group, bound together with Andromeda and dozens of smaller galaxies, all orbiting a shared center of mass. Even galaxies are rarely alone. Beyond that lies the Virgo supercluster, a structure so large it defies everyday intuition. Tens of thousands of galaxies bound loosely across hundreds of millions of light years. And beyond Virgo, even larger structures emerge. Filaments, walls, voids, the cosmic web. From far enough away, the universe does not look random, it looks woven. Matter tracing long, delicate threads across space, intersecting at dense nodes where galaxy clusters gather. Between these threads lie enormous voids, regions so empty that even galaxies avoid them. Some of these voids span hundreds of millions of light years, like cosmic bubbles where almost nothing ever happens. You might imagine that such emptiness would feel lonely, but strangely it feels balanced, like silence in music, like space between thoughts. Without these voids, the structure would collapse into chaos. Without the dark, the light would lose meaning. As we float here, surrounded by scale beyond comprehension, it becomes clear that the universe is not just big in size, it is big in patience. It unfolds slowly, it evolves gently. Even its largest events take billions of years to complete. Collisions between galaxies play out like slow-motion dances, stars rarely touching, entire civilizations worth of time passing between one gravitational embrace and the next. And through all of this, the universe keeps expanding, not expanding into anything. There is no outside, no edge. Space itself is stretching, carrying galaxies away from one another. The farther away a galaxy is, the faster it recedes. This expansion is not an explosion from a center. Every point is moving away from every other point. No matter where you stand, the universe appears to grow outward, which means there is no privileged location, no cosmic center stage. Earth is not special in position, neither is the Milky Way, neither is any galaxy you pass. Every observer sees the same expansion, the same vastness, the same horizon beyond which light has not yet had time to reach. That horizon, the observable universe, is defined not by how far the universe extends, but by how far light has traveled since time began. About 13.8 billion years. But because space itself has been expanding, that observable radius today is about 46 billion light-years in every direction. And that's just what we can see. Beyond that horizon, the universe may continue for an unimaginable distance. It may be finite, looping back on itself in higher dimensions, or it may be infinite, extending without end. Physics does not yet know, and perhaps never will, because even light, the fastest thing there is, may never reach those regions. They exist beyond contact, beyond information, beyond certainty. And yet, they are still part of the same universe you're in right now. The same one touching your breath, the same one holding your weight gently against a bed or a chair, the same one that allows you, improbably, to be conscious of its scale. As we continue this journey, the sense grows stronger. The universe is not something you are inside of. It is something you are participating in. Your atoms formed in stars, your awareness shaped by time, your curiosity a product of cosmic evolution stretching back to the beginning. The universe is vast, yes, almost unbearably so, but it is also intimate in its own quiet way, because no matter how far we travel, we never truly leave it behind. As the expansion carries us farther, something subtle begins to happen to the light itself. The galaxies ahead are no longer just distant, they are changing. Their colors stretch, their glow reddens. This is not because they are growing old, but because the space between us and them is stretching while the light is in transit. Each photon is pulled longer and longer, like a note held until it deepens into something lower, slower, softer. This is redshift, a quiet signature of an expanding universe written directly into the light. At extreme distances, that light stretches so much it slips out of the visible spectrum entirely. It becomes infrared, then microwave, then radio. Whole galaxies fade not because they disappear, but because their light becomes too gentle for human eyes. The universe doesn't turn off its lamps, it simply whispers instead of shouting. Eventually, even the brightest galaxies thin into a background glow. What remains is something older than stars, older than galaxies, a faint, uniform hum filling all of space, the cosmic microwave background. This is the afterglow of the beginning itself, light released when the universe was just 380,000 years old, when it cooled enough for atoms to form and light could finally travel freely for the first time. You are floating inside that light right now. It surrounds you. It passes through your body without resistance. Every second, photons from the dawn of time glide silently through your skin, through the walls around you, through the planet beneath your feet. They have been traveling for nearly 14 billion years, just to pass by unnoticed. A quiet reminder that the past is never truly gone. It is still here, still moving, still touching everything. This background glow sets a boundary, not an edge in space, but an edge in time. Beyond it, the universe was opaque, hot, dense, a place where light could not move freely. We can look back no further with telescopes. Beyond this veil lies theory, mathematics, imagination, the realm where time itself becomes difficult to define. And here, the question of size changes again, because how big the universe is depends on what you mean by big. Do you mean how far it extends in space, how much matter it contains, how long it has existed, or how much of it we can ever hope to experience? From one perspective, the universe could be infinite, endless in all directions, repeating no patterns, offering no boundaries. If that's the case, then every possible arrangement of matter occurs somewhere far beyond our horizon. There may be another galaxy exactly like the Milky Way, another Earth, another you, not because it's special, but because infinity allows repetition, a thought that feels dizzying, almost too large to hold. From another perspective, the universe could be finite but unbounded, like the surface of a sphere. You could travel forever without hitting an edge, yet the total area would still be limited. Space looping back on itself through dimensions we cannot visualize. No walls, no end signs, just continuous existence folded in ways our brains weren't built to picture. Both possibilities are allowed by physics. Neither has been ruled out, and both are equally strange. What matters is this: no matter which is true, the universe is already far larger than anything we evolved to comprehend. Our brains are tuned for savannas and seasons, for distances you can walk, for time you can count in days and years, and yet here you are, calmly imagining billions of light years, cosmic horizons, and structures so large they take hundreds of millions of years just to notice change. That in itself is extraordinary. As we drift further, individual galaxies lose their identity. They become statistics, density fluctuations, patterns in data rather than objects you could point to. On the largest scales, the universe smooths out, clumps dissolve into averages. The cosmos becomes homogeneous, the same everywhere, in every direction. No preferred spots, no favored views. This is the universe at its most honest scale, impersonal, fair, balanced. And yet within this sameness, complexity blooms locally. Stars ignite, planets form, chemistry unfolds, life emerges, awareness flickers on, all within tiny pockets of structure embedded in an ocean of near-perfect uniformity, like thoughts arising briefly in a vast, quiet mind. The longer you sit with this, the clearer it becomes. The universe is not loud. It does not announce itself with constant spectacle. It reveals its size through patience, through distance, through time, through how long it takes for anything to reach anything else. light taking years to cross between stars, millions of years between galaxies, billions of years for structure to form, trillions of years before the last stars burn out, and the universe grows cold and dim. Yes, the universe has a future too. If expansion continues as it is now, driven by dark energy, galaxies will drift farther apart. Over unimaginable spans of time, distant galaxies will slip beyond our cosmic horizon, their light stretched away until it can no longer reach us. Future observers, trillions of years from now, may see only their own galaxy, isolated in darkness, unaware that anything else ever existed. The universe will not end in fire or noise. It will end in quiet, in separation, in distance becoming too great for connection. And yet, even that is gentle. No collapse, no chaos, just a slow fading, a long exhale after a very long story. When you think about the size of the universe this way, it stops being intimidating. It becomes soothing. The vastness doesn't demand anything from you. It doesn't rush you. It doesn't expect you to matter on a cosmic scale. It simply allows you to exist briefly, softly within it. You are small, yes, but you are not insignificant. You are a localized awareness in a universe vast enough to create room for awareness at all. You are the universe, in one tiny region, waking up long enough to ask how big it is, and then resting again. And as this journey continues, deeper still the scale will grow yet again, because even what we've seen so far, even horizons and background light and cosmic webs, are only the beginning of the question. How big is the universe? Big enough to hold silence, big enough to hold time, big enough to hold you. The sun is still behind us now, but its presence has changed. It no longer feels like a warm center. It feels like a distant memory. The light that once wrapped everything in brightness has thinned into a sharp, pale point, no different from the other stars beginning to emerge around it. We are still moving at the speed of light, still faster than anything with mass could ever hope to travel, and yet the solar system refuses to end quickly. It stretches. It insists on being larger than intuition would suggest. What once felt vast when seen from Earth now feels intimate, almost cozy compared to what lies ahead. The planets have already fallen away. Their orbits are far behind us, tiny loops lost in the dark. Even Neptune, once the farthest known world, has vanished into insignificance. Now we enter a region where objects are no longer planets at all. Here the sun's influence fades gradually, gently, like a voice growing softer across a great distance. This is the Kuiper Belt, a wide, ghostly ring of frozen debris left over from the formation of the solar system. Countless small worlds made of ice and rock, drifting silently, barely reflecting the weak sunlight that reaches them. Some of these objects have names: Pluto, Haumea, Make, Ake, Eris, dwarf planets, fragments of something unfinished. Others are nameless, catalog numbers in human databases, each one a reminder that creation is rarely neat. These bodies move slowly, patiently, taking hundreds of years to complete a single orbit. Time here feels stretched, elongated, almost relaxed. Nothing rushes, nothing changes quickly. The solar system is learning how to let go of its center, and still this is not the edge. Beyond the Kuiper Belt lies something far more diffuse, far more mysterious. The Oort cloud, a vast spherical halo of icy remnants surrounding the sun in every direction. Not a ring, not a disk, a shell, extending perhaps a light year outward, maybe more. We don't know its exact size because it is too faint, too distant, too sparse to observe directly. Its existence is inferred, felt through gravity, through the behavior of long-period comets that occasionally fall inward, like messengers from the deep. Here, the sun is no longer a dominant force. Its gravitational grip is gentle, almost polite. Objects drift with enormous separations between them. The distance from one icy fragment to the next can be measured in millions of kilometers. And yet, even this emptiness is still part of home, still part of the sun's extended influence, still part of the thing we casually call our solar system. It takes light weeks to cross the inner regions of the Oort cloud, months, then years. And as we move outward, something subtle happens to our sense of direction. There is no longer an obvious plane, no orbital alignment, no neat architecture. The universe stops organizing itself around familiar patterns. Space becomes more honest here, more raw, less designed for comprehension. Eventually, the sun is no longer brighter than the background stars. It becomes just another point of light among trillions. And with that quiet transition, something profound occurs. We have left the solar system, not because we crossed a line, not because a sign announced it, but because the sun stopped mattering more than anything else. Interstellar space does not begin with drama. It begins with indifference. This region between stars is not truly empty, though it comes close. A few atoms per cubic centimeter, stray particles drifting through magnetic fields, wisps of gas so thin they would be considered perfect vacuums by any earthly standard. And yet, this near-nothingness fills most of the galaxy, most of the universe. In fact, matter is the exception. Emptiness is the rule. Here, distance becomes the dominant feature, not objects, not light. Distance itself. The nearest star is still 4 light-years away. 4 years of travel at the fastest speed anything can move. 4 years of uninterrupted darkness, broken only by faint pinpricks of light. No landmarks, no motion to anchor your senses, just forward movement through a medium so sparse it might as well be thought. And this is where the scale of the universe begins to change the way you feel, not just the way you think. On Earth, distance is effort, a long walk, a long drive, a long flight. But here, distance is silence. Distance is waiting. Distance is the absence of events. You could travel for months and see nothing new, years, and notice no change. Space does not rush to show itself. It allows you to drift, to exist, to simply move. The stars ahead do not grow quickly. They remain points for an uncomfortably long time. Even at light speed, progress is slow. The universe is not built for quick journeys. It is built for patience. And yet, there is beauty here. A quiet beauty that doesn't demand attention. The Milky Way stretches across the sky now, a luminous river of light, made not of nearby stars, but of billions layered so densely that distance compresses them into glow. You are inside it, inside a structure so large it takes light 100,000 years to cross from edge to edge. But even this grand spiral is mostly empty space. Between stars, gravity whispers rather than shouts. Magnetic fields thread invisibly through the void. Cosmic rays pass through without concern. Time continues, unbothered by observation. This is where the universe spends most of its existence, not in stars, not in planets, but here, in between. As we continue outward, the solar system feels smaller with every passing second, not because it shrinks, but because our frame of reference has expanded. What once felt like everything now feels like a beginning, a single bright thought at the edge of something unimaginably larger, and this is only the space between stars. Ahead lies the full body of the galaxy, spiral arms, nebulae, dense star clusters, a supermassive black hole waiting quietly at the center. We haven't even begun to cross the Milky Way yet. We've only stepped away from the warmth of home and into the long cold breath of the universe. Light years stretch out ahead of us like calm water. No waves, no shore, just distance layered upon distance. And somewhere within that distance, awareness drifts along, quietly measuring the immeasurable, realizing gently that the universe is not just big, it is spacious, and it is very, very patient. Interstellar space does not rush to greet us. It allows us to arrive slowly, almost reluctantly, as though distance itself needs time to acknowledge that something is passing through it. The stars around us are no longer arranged in familiar constellations. Those patterns were illusions born of proximity, lines drawn by a mind that prefers order. Out here, perspective dissolves. Stars scatter into 3 dimensions. Some are far closer than they appear. Others, deceptively bright, are already ancient memories. Light does not tell the truth about now. It tells the truth about then. As we continue forward, the space between stars begins to reveal its true nature. It is not darkness in the way a room without lights is dark. It is deeper than that. It is absence layered upon absence, a region where nothing happens for very long stretches of time, where a single hydrogen atom may drift for years without encountering another, where silence isn't the lack of sound but the lack of interaction. The universe here is not empty, it is simply unoccupied. And yet, this emptiness is alive with motion. Invisible fields thread through the void. Magnetic lines stretch and twist, shaped by ancient supernovae, cosmic rays. Particles accelerated to absurd energies slice through space like ghosts, passing effortlessly through whatever they encounter. Even now, as you listen, countless particles born in distant stellar explosions are passing through your body, leaving no trace, carrying stories from places you will never see. Distance here begins to feel less like measurement and more like atmosphere. 4 light years to the nearest star. That number sounds small when spoken, but 4 years at light speed is an ocean of time, an ocean without waves. No planets to pass, no scenery to change. Just the slow, steady approach of a point of light that refuses to grow larger quickly. The universe does not reward impatience. If you were traveling with mass, this journey would be impossible. No fuel could last, no body could endure. But light endures effortlessly. It never tires, it never slows, and still even light must wait. As the years pass, the star ahead begins to separate itself from the background. It gains color, subtle at first, a faint warmth against the cold backdrop of space. This is Proxima Centauri, our nearest neighbor, a red dwarf star, small and quiet compared to the sun. It burns its fuel slowly, patiently. It may shine for trillions of years. Long after the sun has faded into a white dwarf remnant, Proxima will still be glowing softly in the dark. Around it planets may circle, some discovered, others still hidden, worlds locked in tight orbits, bathed in flares and radiation. Not welcoming places perhaps, but places nonetheless. Proof that stars rarely travel alone, that even in the vast emptiness between suns, gravity finds ways to gather matter into systems, into structure, into possibility. And still, this is only one star. The Milky Way contains hundreds of billions of them. As we move on, the local neighborhood of stars becomes clearer. This region of the galaxy is called the local bubble, a cavity carved by ancient supernovae, filled with hot diffuse gas. Explosions long past have reshaped space itself, clearing out matter and leaving behind a hollow. The universe remembers its violence and its structure. Scars remain, even after the noise has faded. Star systems drift within this bubble, bound loosely by the galaxy's gravity. They move slowly, orbiting the galactic center over hundreds of millions of years. From their perspective, nothing dramatic ever happens. A lifetime passes, a civilization might rise and fall, and the galaxy barely notices. As we continue, the density of stars increases. They are no longer lonely points separated by vast darkness. They begin to cluster. Binary systems, triple systems, stellar families bound together, dancing around shared centers of mass. Some stars pass close enough to disturb each other's outer regions. Others exchange material. Some will one day explode, seeding space with heavier elements, reshaping their surroundings yet again. Here, scale becomes layered. Between planets, there is space. Between stars, there is much more space. Between clusters of stars, the emptiness grows again. The universe is a hierarchy of distance, each level revealing that what once seemed large was only preparation for something larger still. The Milky Way's spiral arms begin to take shape now, not as objects you can see clearly, but as subtle patterns of density, regions where stars are born more frequently, where gas clouds collapse under gravity, where blue giants blaze briefly before dying young. These arms are not rigid structures, they are waves, patterns moving through the galactic disk, compressing matter as they pass, igniting new generations of stars. You are drifting through one of these arms now, a place rich with history, rich with light, rich with the elements that eventually form planets, oceans, and minds capable of wondering how big the universe is. But even here, even surrounded by billions of suns, most of what exists is space. The Milky Way is not a crowded city. It is a thin mist of stars spread across a disk 100,000 light-years wide. If you could shrink the galaxy down so each star were the size of a grain of sand, the average distance between grains would still be kilometers. The universe builds with restraint, with patience, with astonishing inefficiency. And yet, within this inefficiency, beauty emerges. As we continue outward, the galaxy begins to reveal its full scale. The faint glow of distant stars merges into a continuous band across the sky. Dust lanes cut dark rivers through the light. Nebulae glow faintly, illuminated from within by newborn stars. This is not a static place. It is a slow-motion storm of gravity and radiation, unfolding over eons. The realization settles in gently now. Everything familiar exists inside this structure. Every story ever told, every thought ever thought, every moment of love, fear, curiosity, and rest. All of it has occurred in a thin slice of one spiral arm of one galaxy among trillions. And we are still moving outward. The center of the Milky Way lies tens of thousands of light-years ahead, a region of extreme density, of intense gravity, of a black hole millions of times the mass of the Sun, quietly anchoring the galaxy in its slow rotation. We will reach it soon enough, but before that, there is more distance to cross, more stars to pass, more silence to feel. The universe is not trying to impress you. It does not rush to reveal its scale. It allows you to notice it gradually, patiently, one quiet realization at a time. And as the stars slowly slide past, as distances continue to stretch beyond comfort, something inside you may begin to soften. The weight of immediacy fades. The urgency of small things loosens its grip, because when you are drifting through interstellar space, inside a galaxy so vast it defies intuition, it becomes clear there is time and there is room, more than enough of both. As the density of stars continues to rise, the Milky Way no longer feels like a distant idea or a glowing band across the sky. It begins to feel like an environment, a place with texture, with depth, with layers stacked gently on top of one another. We are no longer simply passing stars one by one. We are moving through a system, a gravitational city so vast that even its busiest regions remain mostly empty. Here, stellar neighborhoods overlap. Light from one star blends with the glow of countless others, creating a soft ambient brightness that never quite becomes daylight and never fully fades into night. The darkness is no longer absolute. It is diluted, thinned by the presence of billions of suns, each one shining patiently, indifferent to whether it is seen. Star clusters drift by now, open clusters, loose gatherings of young stars born from the same cloud, still moving together like siblings who haven't yet drifted apart. Some are only a few million years old, their brightest members burning blue and fierce, destined to die quickly. Others are older, calmer, already unraveling as gravity slowly loosens its hold. These clusters are temporary things, brief agreements between matter and motion. Even gravity cannot hold everything forever. Farther in, globular clusters appear, ancient spheres of stars, densely packed, orbiting the galaxy like relics from another era. Some contain hundreds of thousands, even millions of stars, all bound together in a tight gravitational embrace. These clusters are older than the Milky Way's disk itself, fossils from the early universe, survivors. Their stars are dimmer, redder, long past their youthful blaze. They have been shining quietly for over 12 billion years. As we pass near one of these clusters, the scale becomes overwhelming. Stars are no longer separated by light years, but by fractions of a light year. The sky would blaze here. Night would never fully arrive. Worlds within such clusters, if they exist, would see skies crowded with stars, horizons glowing constantly. Beauty and danger intertwined. Close encounters between stars are more common here. Orbits are disturbed. Stability is fragile, and yet even these dense regions are tiny compared to the galaxy as a whole. The Milky Way's disk stretches outward in a thin, graceful plane, a flattened structure rotating slowly around its center. One full rotation takes about 230 million years, a galactic year. The Sun has completed only about 20 of them since it formed. 20 orbits around the center of a system so large it takes light 100,000 years to cross from side to side. As we move closer to the inner regions, dust thickens. Clouds of gas and microscopic grains drift through space, absorbing light, sculpting darkness into shape. These dust lanes are not empty. They are nurseries, cold, dense regions where gravity quietly gathers material until collapse becomes inevitable, where stars are born not in explosions, but in whispers. Within these clouds, temperatures drop to just a few degrees above absolute zero. Molecules form. Complex chemistry unfolds slowly, patiently, shielded from harsh radiation. Over time, pockets grow denser. They begin to fall inward. Pressure rises. Heat, builds, and suddenly, after millions of years of quiet preparation, a star ignites, light bursts forth where darkness once lingered. The universe repeats itself again and again and again. You are drifting through a process older than memory, older than planets, older than life itself. As we continue inward, motion becomes more noticeable. Stars orbit faster here. Gravity grows stronger. The calm, spacious feeling of the outer regions gives way to a subtle tension. Everything is in motion. Everything is falling but missing. Falling again. Orbits layered upon orbits. A cosmic choreography held together by gravity's patient pull. Ahead, the light thickens further. The galactic bulge begins to take shape. A swollen central region packed with stars, gas, and dust. From the outside it glows softly. From within it is chaotic. Stars packed so densely that their combined light outshines entire spiral arms. Supernovae occur more frequently here. Radiation is intense. Stability is rare. And at the very heart of it all lies something invisible. A supermassive black hole, Sagittarius A*, 4 million times the mass of the Sun, compact, silent, dominant. It does not suck in the galaxy. It does not devour everything around it. It simply sits at the center, warping space-time, anchoring the motion of everything nearby. Stars orbit it at incredible speeds. Gas spirals inward, heating, glowing, releasing energy before vanishing beyond the event horizon. This black hole is not an exception. Nearly every large galaxy appears to host one at its center. They grow alongside their galaxies, influencing their evolution in ways we are only beginning to understand. The universe seems to like balance. Mass paired with emptiness, light paired with darkness, creation paired with collapse. Passing near the galactic core, the scale becomes difficult to process. So much mass, so much energy, so much time compressed into a relatively small region of space. And yet even here, even at the center of our galaxy, we are still only inside one system, one galaxy among trillions. As we move past the core and begin to drift outward again, the Milky Way starts to reveal its full shape. Spiral arms unfurl behind us. The disk thins. The halo of dark matter surrounding the galaxy becomes more apparent, not seen but felt. An invisible scaffold extending far beyond the visible stars, holding the galaxy together, shaping its rotation. Dark matter does not emit light. It does not absorb it. It passes through ordinary matter without interaction. And yet without it, galaxies would not exist as they do. Stars would fly apart. Structures would unravel. The universe would look very different. Most of what holds the cosmos together is something we cannot see. This too changes how size feels. The universe is not just big in what it shows us, it is big in what it hides. As the Milky Way begins to shrink behind us, its full majesty becomes clearer. A luminous disk floating in darkness, 100 billion stars bound together by gravity and mystery. A system so vast that even traveling at light speed, it would take longer than human civilization has existed just to cross it. And yet, from far enough away, it becomes just another galaxy, one among many, a single brushstroke in a much larger painting. We are about to leave it behind. The stars thin once more. The glow fades. The darkness returns deeper than before. Intergalactic space waits ahead. Distances measured not in years, but in millions of them. And as the Milky Way recedes into a distant spiral of light, something becomes unmistakably clear. Everything you have ever known fits comfortably inside something that is only now beginning to reveal its true size. As the Milky Way drifts farther behind us, it begins to lose its sense of dominance. What once felt like an entire universe now compresses into a single elegant shape suspended in darkness. A glowing spiral, arms wrapped loosely around a brighter core, floating quietly with no sense of urgency. From this distance, its violence is invisible. Its supernovae, its collisions, its constant motion all dissolve into calm light. Distance softens everything. We have entered intergalactic space. This is where scale truly loosens its grip on intuition. The space between galaxies is not just larger than the space between stars, it is vastly, profoundly more empty. Here, atoms may be separated by meters, then kilometers, then more. Entire regions pass where not a single particle crosses our path. The universe stretches out its quietest breath here, a breath so gentle it barely registers as existence at all. And yet, even this emptiness has structure. Gravity still whispers across these voids. Dark matter forms invisible bridges between galaxies, shaping their paths, guiding their slow dances through space. Galaxies are not scattered randomly. They trace filaments, vast cosmic strands stretching across hundreds of millions of light years. Between these filaments lie voids so large that light itself takes tens of millions of years to cross them. Regions where almost nothing happens and nothing has happened for longer than complex life has existed on Earth. Ahead, another galaxy begins to separate itself from the darkness. Andromeda, our nearest large neighbor, 2.5 million light-years away. Even at light speed, this journey would take longer than humanity has existed as a species, longer than cities, longer than language as we know it. When the light now reaching us left Andromeda, early humans were just beginning to shape stone tools. Andromeda grows slowly, painfully slowly. Its glow spreads outward, revealing its own spiral arms, its own dust lanes, its own billions of stars. It looks familiar, and that familiarity is unsettling. Another island universe, another vast system of suns, planets, histories, possibilities. Proof that what we call special is often simply common on cosmic scales. One day, billions of years from now, Andromeda and the Milky Way will collide, not in a violent crash, but in a slow, graceful interweaving. Stars will pass by each other without contact. Gas clouds will compress, igniting new waves of star formation. The two galaxies will merge into something new, larger, older, a reminder that even structures this vast are temporary. As we drift past Andromeda and continue outward, other galaxies appear. First a few, then many, ellipticals, spirals, irregular smudges of light. Some are small and faint, others are enormous, containing trillions of stars. They cluster together, bound by shared gravity, forming groups. The local group, a modest gathering of galaxies including the Milky Way, Andromeda, and dozens of smaller companions. But even this group is only a fragment. Galaxy clusters loom ahead, massive congregations of hundreds, sometimes thousands of galaxies bound together in deep gravitational wells. Their combined mass warps space-time itself, bending light from galaxies behind them. These clusters glow not just with starlight, but with hot gas heated to tens of millions of degrees, filling the space between galaxies with X-ray emitting plasma. Galaxies orbit one another like slow-moving thoughts. Collisions and mergers are common over cosmic time. Structure builds upward, layer by layer, scale upon scale. As we pass through a cluster, the universe feels busy again, not busy in the human sense, busy in the cosmic sense. millions of galaxies, trillions upon trillions of stars, all bound together, all moving slowly, patiently, along paths shaped by gravity and time. And yet, even clusters are not evenly distributed. They trace the cosmic web. From this distance, the universe reveals its largest known structure, filaments of galaxies stretching across hundreds of millions of light years, intersecting, branching, connecting clusters like knots in a vast invisible net. Between them lie the voids, immense silent regions where galaxies are scarce, where darkness dominates. This web is the skeleton of the universe, built from dark matter, decorated with light. It formed from tiny fluctuations in the early universe, amplified over billions of years by gravity's persistent pull. From near-perfect uniformity emerged structure. From simplicity arose complexity, and you are floating through it. At this scale, individual galaxies lose their identity. They become points, data, density variations. The universe smooths out as you step back far enough. No special places, no preferred directions, just the same large-scale patterns repeating everywhere you look. And still we have not reached the end. Light continues to arrive from farther and farther away, galaxies whose light has traveled for billions of years to reach us. Galaxies we see not as they are now, but as they were when the universe was young. Looking outward becomes looking backward. Distance becomes time. The farther we go, the younger the universe appears. Stars grow bluer. Galaxies become smaller, more chaotic. Structure is still assembling. The universe is still figuring itself out. And eventually, even galaxies fade into a diffuse glow, a limit not of space but of history, the observable universe, a sphere centered on us not because we are special but because light has had a finite time to travel, about 46 billion light-years in every direction. Beyond that, space likely continues, but its light has not had time to reach us yet, not because it isn't there, but because time itself has placed a horizon. This is as far as seeing can take us, and standing at this edge of observation, something quiet settles in. The universe is not just large, it is layered, built from distances that stack upon each other until scale itself becomes abstract. It doesn't reveal its size all at once. It invites you to feel it slowly, to let perspective expand gently without strain. You began this journey on a spinning planet, worrying about days and nights, minutes and hours. And now you are here, surrounded by billions of galaxies, each one a city of stars, each one carrying its own deep time, its own silence. The question, how big is the universe, no longer feels like something to answer. It feels like something to sit with. And the universe, vast and patient, seems perfectly content to let you do just that. As we drift beyond the great clusters and filaments, something profound begins to happen to the view itself. The universe grows smoother. The dramatic structures that once dominated our attention, spirals, collisions, glowing knots of galaxies, slowly dissolve into subtle gradients. Light spreads thinner here, patterns soften, difference gives way to sameness. On the largest scales, the universe becomes almost eerily uniform, as if complexity itself has gently exhaled and settled into balance. This is where the idea of an edge begins to feel misleading. There is no wall, no boundary, no final object to encounter. Instead, there is a horizon, a limit not imposed by space, but by time. The cosmic horizon marks the furthest distance from which light has had enough time to reach us since the universe began. Beyond it, Galaxies almost certainly exist. Space almost certainly continues, but their light is still on its way, stretched by expansion, delayed by the sheer vastness of everything. And this is where size becomes emotional, because everything you have ever seen, everything you have ever known, every star you could point to in the sky exists within this bubble of visibility, not because the universe ends there, but because time has not yet allowed us to know more. The universe is older than memory, but not infinitely old. It had a beginning, a moment when space itself was small, hot, dense, a moment when distance meant almost nothing at all. The light reaching us now from the edge of the observable universe left its source more than 13 billion years ago. It has been traveling ever since, slipping through expanding space, stretching longer, cooler, redder. What arrives now is faint, gentle, almost uniform, the cosmic microwave background, the oldest light we can see, a soft afterglow from a time before stars, before galaxies, before structure, a whisper from the universe's infancy. You are immersed in it. Right now, photons from that ancient era are passing through you, through your walls, through the earth beneath you. They are unimaginably old, unimaginably tired, yet still moving at the same unwavering speed they always have. Light does not age, it does not slow, it simply travels patiently until it is absorbed or transformed. This background glow defines the edge of sight. Beyond it, the universe was opaque. Charged particles scattered light endlessly. Space had not yet cooled enough to allow transparency. Asking what lies beyond that moment is like asking what lies north of the North Pole. The question isn't wrong, it just points beyond the map. And yet, the universe continues. Space itself has been expanding the entire time, not expanding into anything, just expanding, stretching the distance between points, carrying galaxies away from each other without motion. The farther something is, the faster it recedes. Eventually, that recession becomes so great that even light cannot overcome it. Those galaxies are not moving faster than light through space. Space is simply growing faster between us and them. They fade from view, not because they disappear, but because the universe grows too big. This is one of the quietest truths about scale. The universe doesn't just separate objects with distance, it separates them with time, with causality, with unreachable futures. There are galaxies whose light will never reach us, no matter how long we wait, regions of space forever beyond connection, forever unknowable. And yet, even this is not cruel, it is simply the geometry of existence. At this scale, infinity begins to whisper. Some models suggest the universe may be infinite in extent, no edge, no boundary, just endless continuation. If that is true, then what we can observe is an infinitesimally small patch of something vastly larger, a single bubble in an endless expanse, a local conversation in a universe that never stops speaking. Other models suggest the universe may be finite but unbounded, curved, looping back on itself in ways that defy ordinary intuition. Like the surface of a sphere but in higher dimensions, travel far enough, long enough, and you might return to where you started, without ever encountering an edge. Both possibilities are strange. Both are humbling, and neither changes how this moment feels, because regardless of whether the universe is finite or infinite, it is already larger than anything you will ever need to worry about, larger than ambition, larger than fear, larger than urgency. It does not demand significance, it offers perspective. At this distance, Earth is not visible. The sun is not visible. The Milky Way is not visible. Everything familiar has collapsed into an unresolvable point somewhere far behind you, and yet nothing has been lost. Those things still exist. They simply no longer dominate the frame. This is what scale does. It doesn't erase meaning. It rearranges it. Problems that once felt heavy begin to feel lighter. Timelines stretch. Urgency softens. The universe has been unfolding for nearly 14 billion years. It will continue for trillions more. Your moment within it is brief, but not insignificant. It is rare. A localized spark of awareness inside something vast enough to generate awareness at all. And perhaps that is the quiet comfort hidden inside the question of size. The universe is not big in opposition to you. It is big in a way that makes room for you. Room for thought, room for rest, room for curiosity without pressure. As we linger here, suspended at the edge of what can be known, the journey outward naturally slows. There is nowhere left to go in space without stepping beyond observation, but there is still somewhere to go inward. Because when you reach the largest scales, the question, how big is the universe, transforms gently into something else. How does something this vast feel from the inside? And that question doesn't require more distance, it requires stillness. As the outward journey reaches its natural pause, something subtle begins to happen. The universe no longer asks us to move faster or farther. It asks us to notice, to rest inside the scale we've uncovered. Because once you've seen how large everything is, motion becomes less important than meaning. When the mind tries to grasp the size of the universe all at once, it often tightens. Numbers pile up. Light years stretch into billions. Distances lose their anchors. But the universe was never meant to be held all at once. It reveals itself the same way night does, gradually, gently, allowing your eyes to adjust. And so instead of pushing outward, let's hover here, at the edge of comprehension, at the place where facts soften into feeling. Because scale isn't just about distance, it's about proportion. You exist on a planet less than 13,000 kilometers wide, orbiting a star that could swallow 1,000,000 Earths, inside a galaxy that contains hundreds of billions of stars, inside a universe that contains hundreds of billions of galaxies. That sounds overwhelming until you realize something quietly profound. At every level, complexity emerges. Atoms don't feel small to other atoms. Cells don't feel insignificant to other cells. Stars don't feel lost among stars. Each layer experiences itself as complete, whole, meaningful. Size only becomes intimidating when we compare layers that were never meant to compete. The universe does not judge itself by scale. It simply unfolds. Time behaves the same way. From the universe's perspective, your entire lifetime is less than a blink. But from your perspective, it is everything. Every memory, every sensation, every quiet breath that brings you here, listening, drifting, existing. Both views are true at the same time. This is one of the great lessons hidden inside cosmic vastness. Meaning is not diluted by scale, it is contextualized by it. Your thoughts don't need to echo across galaxies to matter. They only need to exist where awareness exists. And right now, awareness exists here. The universe didn't have to produce minds capable of wondering how big it is. It could have remained dark forever, expanding silently. But instead, somewhere inside its vast structure, chemistry became biology. Biology became perception. Perception became curiosity. The universe learned to ask questions about itself, and that happened through you, and beings like you, scattered across space and time. When we say the universe is big, what we're really saying is that it is patient. It allows processes to unfold slowly. Stars are born over millions of years. Galaxies evolve over billions. Even emptiness itself changes at a glacial pace. Nothing is rushed. Nothing is wasted. There is no deadline written into the stars. At this scale, urgency dissolves. The pressure to become something specific fades. You don't need to race the universe. You are already moving with it. Earth carries you around the sun. The sun carries you around the galaxy. The galaxy drifts through the local group. The local group flows along filaments of dark matter. You are already in motion, even in rest, and that motion does not ask for effort. It happens whether you worry or not, whether you sleep or not, whether you plan or not. The universe does not require your attention to continue, but it allows your attention, and that is a gift. Somewhere far beyond what we can see, galaxies are forming for the first time. Somewhere else, stars are dying quietly, collapsing into darkness. Somewhere else still, light is beginning a journey. It will not finish for trillions of years. All of this is happening now, layered on top of now, inside the same cosmic moment. And here you are, not watching from outside, but participating, made of the same matter, governed by the same laws, carried by the same expansion. When people ask how big the universe is, they often want a number, a measurement, a boundary, but the truest answer is not numerical. The universe is big enough to contain uncertainty, big enough to allow wonder, big enough to make room for stillness, and small enough, in the only way that matters, to be experienced from within. As your thoughts begin to slow, notice how the question itself has softened. How big is the universe? No longer feels urgent. It feels like a quiet companion, something you can sit beside rather than solve. You don't need to reach the edge. You don't need to understand everything. You don't need to hold the universe in your mind. You only need to exist inside it, and that you're already doing. As the mind settles into that realization, the universe begins to feel less like a distant object and more like a surrounding presence, not something out there to be measured, but something you are already immersed in. The scale no longer presses outward, it wraps gently around you, like a vast quiet room whose walls are too far away to see, yet whose silence feels strangely welcoming. Because when we speak about the size of the universe, we often forget the space in between, not the galaxies, not the stars, but the emptiness, the immense stretches where almost nothing happens, regions where a single atom might drift for centuries without encountering another, where light passes through without reflection, without interruption, where time stretches thin and uneventful. This emptiness is not failure, it is design. If the universe were crowded, chaotic, constantly colliding, complexity would struggle to survive. Stability would be rare. But instead, the universe chose vastness. It chose distance. It chose patience. And inside that patience, structures had time to form. Stars had time to burn steadily. Planets had time to cool. Life had time to experiment. The silence between stars is what makes stars possible. And that silence mirrors something inside you. The pauses between thoughts, the spaces between breaths, the quiet moments where nothing is demanded of you. Those empty spaces are not wasted. They are where integration happens, where meaning settles, where rest becomes real. At cosmic scales, emptiness dominates. More than 99.9999999% of the universe is space. But without that space, there would be no galaxies, no chemistry, no consciousness. Vastness is not excess, it is allowance. When you imagine the universe expanding, it is not stretching like fabric under tension. It is more like a deepening calm, distances increasing not with violence, but with inevitability. Every second, every place becomes a little more alone, and yet a little more stable. And still gravity quietly resists. It gathers, it pulls, it creates pockets of closeness inside all that separation. Galaxies form, clusters bind, systems emerge. The universe balances isolation and connection with exquisite care. You exist inside one of those pockets. Your atoms were once scattered across interstellar clouds. They wandered freely, unbound. Then gravity gathered them. Stars formed. Explosions scattered heavier elements. Clouds collapsed again. Eventually, Earth formed. Oceans condensed. Chemistry grew complex. Cells learned to copy themselves. Awareness appeared. All inside a universe large enough to let this happen slowly. When we zoom out far enough, it becomes clear that size is not about intimidation, it's about generosity. The universe gives events room to unfold without crowding them. It gives time room to breathe. Even now, as you listen, the universe is expanding around you. Space between distant galaxies is increasing. Light is stretching. The future is opening wider. Nothing is rushing toward an end. Even heat death, that distant theoretical calm where energy gradients fade, lies so far ahead that entire civilizations could rise and fall countless times before it matters. The universe is not in a hurry, and you don't need to be either. If the universe can take billions of years to form a single spiral galaxy, you are allowed to take a few moments to rest. If stars can burn steadily for trillions of seconds without anxiety, you can allow your thoughts to slow without guilt. Scale teaches kindness, if we let it, because when something is truly large, it doesn't threaten, it holds. And tonight, the universe is holding you. As we drift onward, leaving behind even the familiar pattern of stars, something subtle begins to change. The universe no longer feels like a place filled with objects. It starts to feel like a condition, a state of being. Distance becomes less about kilometers and more about meaning. Time stretches not because anything is wrong, but because nothing is urgent anymore. Between stars there is no sound, no background hum, no echo of motion. Even explosions, when they happen, unfold in perfect silence. Shockwaves ripple through plasma. Light erupts across vast distances, and yet there is no noise. Sound requires air. Space offers none. The universe does not announce itself. It simply unfolds. As you move farther from Earth, farther from the sun, farther from the last warm glow of familiarity, the idea of here begins to dissolve. There is no center, no preferred direction, no landmark to orient yourself by. Up and down lose meaning. Forward and backward blur. There is only motion through an enormous patient expanse. This is what scale does. It removes urgency. It dissolves drama. It reminds you that most of existence is not eventful, and that this is not a flaw. Most stars are not exploding. Most galaxies are not colliding. Most particles are not interacting. Most of the universe is simply being, existing quietly, waiting without expectation. And in that stillness, something remarkable happens. Your mind begins to mirror the environment. Thoughts slow. Mental noise fades. The constant internal narration loosens its grip. You don't need to analyze. You don't need to understand everything. You can just drift. If you were truly traveling at the speed of light now, Entire years would be passing with no change in scenery, no new star, no planet, no glow, just darkness speckled with distant pinpricks that barely shift relative to one another. The same stars ahead, the same stars behind, motion without visible progress. This is interstellar space in its purest form. It is not empty of meaning. It is full of patience. The nearest star system, Alpha Centauri, lies more than 4 light years away. That means the light leaving it tonight will not reach Earth until 4 years from now, and the light leaving Earth tonight will not reach it until then either. Every message between stars is a message to the future. There is no conversation, only correspondence. And yet the universe is filled with these delayed exchanges. Light constantly crossing distances so vast that civilizations may rise and fall before the message arrives. The universe communicates slowly, deliberately, without urgency. That slowness is not inefficiency. It is the natural consequence of size. When distances become immense, speed loses its dominance. Even light feels patient here. As you drift, it becomes easier to accept something quietly profound. Most of existence does not require attention. It does not ask to be witnessed. It does not care if it is observed or not. Stars shine whether anyone sees them. Galaxies spin whether they are named. Space expands whether it is understood. This is not indifference. It is freedom. And you are allowed to borrow some of that freedom now. You do not need to be productive in this moment. You do not need to arrive anywhere. You do not need to solve anything. You are allowed to simply exist, suspended in awareness, much like a photon crossing the void, unburdened, unhurried, complete. As we continue outward, the stars around us begin to thin. Their density drops. The Milky Way's familiar band starts to fade into a softer, less crowded glow. What once felt like a rich tapestry now looks more like a faint mist. We are leaving the neighborhood, and just ahead, the galaxy itself begins to reveal its true scale, not through brilliance, but through how slowly it lets go. The Milky Way does not end abruptly. It does not have a sharp edge or a final boundary where stars simply stop. Instead, it thins. It fades. It stretches outward in long, graceful spirals, trailing off into darkness like breath on a cold night. As we continue drifting, what once felt like a crowded sky begins to loosen its grip. Stars grow farther apart. The soft river of light that once wrapped the night sky becomes a diffuse glow, then a suggestion, then finally, almost nothing at all. From inside the galaxy, the Milky Way feels enormous. It arches overhead like a cosmic ceiling, dense and textured, alive with structure. But distance changes everything. Perspective softens even the grandest things. As we move farther away, the galaxy that once defined our entire night sky compresses into a thin disk, then into a pale glowing smudge, suspended in blackness. Hundreds of billions of stars reduced to a quiet blur, not erased, just humbled by scale. This is a recurring lesson of the universe. No matter how large something feels from the inside, there is always a vantage point where it becomes small. The Milky Way spans roughly 100,000 light-years from edge to edge. That number is difficult to hold in the mind. 1 light-year is nearly 10 trillion kilometers. Multiply that by 100,000, and you begin to approach a distance that refuses to be visualized. It stops being a number and becomes a sensation, a sense of vastness that cannot be neatly contained. As we drift beyond the outer halo of the galaxy, we pass through regions where stars are rare and ancient. These are old stellar populations, relics of the early Milky Way, orbiting far from the bright spiral arms like quiet memories. Here, stars move slowly, bound weakly by gravity, tracing immense orbits that take millions of years to complete a single circuit. Gravity still holds them, but gently, like a loose embrace, and then gradually, even that influence weakens. The pull of the galaxy fades, the stars thin further, the background darkens. The Milky Way, once everything, is now just one island of light behind us. Ahead, more islands wait. This is the moment where the universe begins to reveal its true architecture. Not a scattered chaos of stars, but a structured vastness. Galaxies are not sprinkled randomly through space. They gather, they cluster, they trace invisible threads of gravity that stretch across unimaginable distances. As we look outward, another faint glow appears, and then another, and then dozens more. Each one is a galaxy. Each one holds billions or trillions of stars. Each one contains its own planets, its own history, its own quiet dramas unfolding over eons. From this distance, they look peaceful, serene, little lanterns hung in the dark. The nearest major galaxy, Andromeda, drifts toward us even now. It is more than 2 million light-years away, and yet it is on a slow collision course with the Milky Way. Not a crash in the violent sense, but a long, graceful merging that will take billions of years to complete. Stars will pass by one another. Like ghosts, orbits will stretch and twist. New galaxies will form from the blending. Even at cosmic scales, time is gentle. As we continue outward, individual galaxies begin to group together. The local group emerges as a structure: the Milky Way, Andromeda, Triangulum, and dozens of smaller galaxies bound together by gravity, drifting through space as a family. The distances between them are immense, yet gravity ties them into a shared destiny. And beyond that, clusters. Galaxy clusters are some of the largest structures in the universe, held together by gravity. Hundreds, sometimes thousands of galaxies orbiting a common center, immersed in vast clouds of hot gas and dark matter. From afar, they resemble glittering swarms, but their true size is difficult to comprehend. Light takes millions of years to cross them. Their mass bends space-time itself, warping the path of light from objects behind them. This bending is not just theoretical, we see it. Light curves, images distort. The universe acts like a lens, revealing its own weight. And still, this is not the end. Clusters gather into superclusters. Superclusters form filaments. Filaments stretch across hundreds of millions of light-years, weaving a cosmic web so vast that it defies intuition. Between these filaments lie voids, enormous regions of near emptiness, where galaxies are rare and distances grow even more profound. This is the large-scale structure of the universe, not uniform, not random, a quiet, intricate pattern sculpted by gravity and time. From this vantage point, something becomes clear. The universe is not crowded. It is spacious beyond imagination. Matter is the exception. Emptiness is the rule. And yet within that emptiness, everything we have ever known exists. Every thought, every memory, every moment of joy or fear, every story ever told, all of it unfolded within a tiny corner of one small galaxy, orbiting an unremarkable star, in a universe so vast that even galaxies feel like whispers. This realization can feel overwhelming or deeply calming, because if the universe is this large, this patient, this enduring, then perhaps you do not need to carry so much weight. Perhaps your worries are allowed to soften. Perhaps it is okay to rest. As we drift farther still, the galaxies begin to blur together, forming a faint uniform glow in every direction. This is no longer the light of individual stars or galaxies. It is the combined glow of everything, stretched, cooled, and softened by time itself. Ahead lies the observable edge, the horizon beyond which light has not yet had time to reach us since the beginning of the universe. And standing before that boundary, the question is no longer how big the universe is. It becomes something quieter. How much can we ever truly know? And how beautiful is it that there is always more beyond our reach? At this distance, something subtle happens to the way the universe feels. Space is no longer a place you move through. It becomes something you float within. Direction loses its urgency. There is no up or down, no forward or back, only outward and outward again. The light around us grows smoother, more uniform, as though the universe itself is exhaling. This faint glow that surrounds us now is ancient. It is not the light of stars burning today or galaxies colliding in the present. It is the afterglow of creation itself, the cosmic microwave background, a quiet, almost invisible whisper left over from a time when the universe was young, hot, and dense, before stars existed, before galaxies had names, before darkness had learned how to be dark. This light has been traveling for more than 13 billion years. It has crossed every filament, every void, every cluster we've drifted past. It has been stretched by the expansion of space, cooled from brilliant fire into gentle microwaves, and now it washes over everything evenly, like a final memory shared by the entire cosmos. Here the universe feels less like a collection of objects and more like a single event still unfolding. The farther we drift, the more the idea of distance itself begins to blur. Light years stack upon light years until numbers lose their meaning. Millions, billions, tens of billions. These are no longer measures you can picture. They become rhythms instead. Slow, vast, almost meditative. This is the observable universe, not the whole universe, just the part whose light has had time to reach us. A sphere centered on every observer, expanding outward as time passes. Somewhere beyond this glowing horizon, there may be more galaxies, more clusters, more structures repeating endlessly, or perhaps something entirely different. We do not know, and that not knowing is not a failure, it is a feature. The observable universe has a radius of about 46 billion light-years. That number is larger than the age of the universe multiplied by the speed of light because space itself has been expanding the entire time. While light was traveling, the destination kept moving away. Distance stretched, horizons retreated. The universe quietly made itself bigger while we weren't looking. This expansion is not like an explosion. There is no center rushing outward. Every point in space moves away from every other point. From anywhere you stand, it looks the same. Galaxies recede, space grows, silence deepens, and the farther a galaxy is, the faster it appears to move away. Eventually, there is a point where expansion wins completely, where galaxies recede faster than light can chase them. Beyond that point, no signal can ever reach us. Those regions are not just far, they are causally disconnected, forever unreachable, not because they are hidden, but because the universe itself will not allow the conversation. This is the cosmic horizon, a boundary not made of walls or matter, but of time and expansion, a limit written into space-time itself. Standing here, at the edge of what can be seen, the universe feels both infinite and intimate. Infinite because there is always more beyond the horizon. Intimate because everything you will ever know exists within this soft, glowing bubble of light. The thought is strange at first, that there are places that exist which we will never observe, galaxies whose light will never touch us, stories unfolding without witnesses. But there is also peace in this idea. It means the universe is not obligated to be fully revealed. It does not need to be conquered or completed. It simply is, vast, patient, unfolding on timescales far longer than worry or urgency. And within this immensity, your existence is not insignificant. It is rare. Consciousness is not common. Awareness is not guaranteed. The universe can be unimaginably large and still find room for something as delicate as a thought. As we linger near this horizon, the universe no longer feels like something to measure. It feels like something to rest within. The galaxies behind us are distant now, softened by scale. The light ahead is ancient and calm. There is no rush here, no destination left to reach, just the quiet understanding that even at the edge of everything we can see, the universe remains gentle. And perhaps that is the most surprising thing of all. Beyond the observable horizon, the universe does not end. It simply stops speaking to us. Space continues. Time continues. Whatever exists out there goes on unfolding in silence, unreachable not because it is forbidden, but because the universe itself has grown too large, too fast, too patient for light to keep up. And that idea, that the universe can be larger than what can ever be known, carries a quiet, humbling weight. Here, the scale of existence stops being something you can map and becomes something you feel. When we talk about the size of the universe, we often imagine it as a container, a box filled with galaxies, stars, matter, light. But that picture breaks down the farther you drift. Space is not a container holding things. Space is the thing. It stretches, it expands, it grows between everything. Galaxies do not rush through space like sparks from a fire. The space between them quietly widens, carrying them apart without effort, without sound. This expansion has been happening for nearly 14 billion years. Every second, the universe becomes a little larger than it was before, not just at the edges, but everywhere. Even now, as you rest and listen, the space between atoms, between stars, between galaxies is subtly increasing. Not enough to notice locally, not enough to disrupt the structures gravity holds together, but enough over cosmic time to reshape the entire universe. And this is where size becomes inseparable from time. To ask how big the universe is also to ask how long it has been unfolding. In the earliest moments after the Big Bang, the universe was smaller than a grain of sand, hot, dense, everything pressed together so tightly that distance itself barely existed. There were no stars, no atoms, no light traveling freely, just energy, expanding violently, stretching space-time itself in a fraction of a second. Inflation, we call it, a brief but staggering growth spurt that set the stage for everything that followed. In that moment, the universe may have expanded faster than light, not violating relativity but sidestepping it, because nothing was moving through space. Space itself was growing. This early expansion might explain why the universe appears so smooth on large scales, why distant regions share similar properties, why the cosmic microwave background looks nearly uniform in every direction. Everything we see today may be just a small, calm patch of a far larger whole. And if that's true, then the universe might be unimaginably bigger than even the observable universe suggests. Possibly infinite, or possibly finite, but curved in ways we cannot easily perceive. a cosmic geometry that bends back on itself or stretches beyond our ability to measure. We don't yet know. The data hints, the theories whisper, but certainty remains just out of reach. And maybe that's appropriate, because the more you think about the universe's size, the more you realize that it resists being fully grasped. It is not meant to fit inside the mind neatly. It invites awe, not ownership, wonder, not closure. Imagine for a moment that the universe truly is infinite, no edge, no boundary, no final wall where space simply stops, just an endless continuation of structure and emptiness repeating and evolving forever. Galaxies forming, drifting, fading, stars igniting and dying, entire cosmic histories playing out endlessly in every direction. In such a universe, your existence might seem impossibly small, and yet it is precisely because the universe is so large that your existence becomes extraordinary. Out of all that space, all that time, all that emptiness, matter organized itself just enough to think, to wonder, to look outward and ask how big it all is. The universe through you became aware of its own vastness. That thought softens the scale. It brings the infinite closer, because size alone does not define meaning. Presence does. Here at the farthest reaches of what can be seen, the universe feels less like a challenge to understand and more like a place to belong. You are not lost within it. You are carried by it. Every atom in your body was forged in stars. Every element heavier than hydrogen came from cosmic furnaces that lived and died long before Earth existed. The vastness outside you mirrors the vastness within you. Memory, imagination, thought, all unfolding quietly, moment by moment. And perhaps that is the final lesson hidden inside the question of size, that the universe is not just big, it is spacious. It makes room for galaxies, for light, for time, for you. As we drift here suspended between everything that has been seen and everything that never will be, there is no pressure to understand it all, no need to reach the end. The universe is large enough to let questions remain unanswered, and gentle enough to let you rest inside them. When the universe grows this large in your mind, something unexpected begins to happen. The question quietly changes. It stops being how big is the universe, and becomes how does anything exist at all, because size at this scale dissolves into something more abstract. Distance loses its sharpness, edges blur, and what remains is not measurement but presence. Think for a moment about emptiness. Most of the universe is empty, not the cozy emptiness of a quiet room at night, but a profound fundamental emptiness where atoms are separated by unimaginable distances, where even galaxies are lonely things drifting in darkness. And yet, this emptiness is not barren. It is active. It expands. It carries energy. It shapes the destiny of everything embedded within it. Between galaxies lie voids tens of millions of light years wide, regions where almost nothing resides. No stars, few galaxies, just space, stretching, cooling, deepening. These voids are not errors or gaps, they are part of the design. The universe breathes through them, they allow structure to form elsewhere, like negative space shaping a sculpture, and within this emptiness, time flows differently in our perception, not faster or slower in a physical sense, but softer, without landmarks, without motion to anchor awareness. Time feels wide, diluted, almost circular. Minutes and millions of years begin to feel strangely similar. Both are just intervals in an unbroken unfolding. This is why the universe can feel calming when you truly sit with its scale, because urgency disappears. Deadlines lose their grip. When light itself needs billions of years to cross space, There is no rush for anything else. Galaxies form slowly. Stars take millions of years to ignite. Planets cool over epochs. Life, when it appears, unfolds patiently. Nothing here is in a hurry, except perhaps us. From this distance, even dramatic cosmic events soften. Supernovae are no longer explosions, but brief glimmers in a sea of time. Black holes are not monsters, but quiet regions where gravity has folded space inward too tightly. Collisions between galaxies become slow dances lasting hundreds of millions of years, their stars mostly missing one another, slipping through like memories passing in the night. Scale transforms fear into awe, and now gently, notice something else. The universe does not just expand outward, it also expands backward in time. When you look far away, you look deep into the past. The light reaching you now left its source long before Earth existed, long before life had learned how to wonder. Distance is time made visible. The farther we drift, the younger the universe becomes. At great distances, galaxies appear smaller, bluer, more chaotic. They are in their youth. Star formation is intense. Shapes are irregular. Structure is still learning how to organize itself. You are watching the universe grow up in reverse. Eventually, galaxies blur into that ancient glow once more. The cosmic microwave background returns, smooth and nearly featureless. This is the universe at about 380,000 years old, still hot, still dense, still filled with plasma so thick that light could barely move. Before this, there is no light to see. Earlier than this, the universe was opaque. Photons could not travel freely. Matter and radiation were locked together in a bright, turbulent fog. And before that, even our theories struggle. Physics itself begins to thin. Our equations lose their footing. Time itself may have begun here, or not. We don't know. The universe guards its earliest moments with silence, and yet from that silence came everything. Space, time, energy, the possibility of stars, the possibility of life, the possibility that one small part of the universe would someday lie still, listening, imagining the whole. This is what makes the size of the universe feel personal, even tender. It is not just vast outward, it is vast inward, backward, forward. It holds all moments at once. It contains beginnings we cannot see and futures we cannot predict. And you are a temporary arrangement within it, not separate, not insignificant, just brief, like a spark, like a thought, like a quiet note played once in a very long symphony. There is no pressure in this realization, only permission. Permission to rest, to stop reaching, to let the universe be large without needing to conquer it, because the universe does not ask anything of you. It simply carries you gently through time. As the sense of distance continues to stretch, another quiet realization settles in. The universe does not expand into anything. There is no surrounding space, no cosmic room it's spilling out into. Expansion happens everywhere, all at once, every point drifting away from every other point. Space creating more space, silently, endlessly. It's a strange idea, one that resists visualization, but once you accept it, something inside relaxes. There is no edge rushing toward us, no wall waiting ahead, just more space unfolding between things that already exist. From this perspective, even the word outside loses meaning. There is no outside of the universe in the way there is an outside of a house or a planet. The universe is not an object sitting somewhere. It is the somewhere. And when you float within that idea long enough, you stop trying to imagine borders. You let the vastness be undefined, open, unresolved. Light, still traveling, continues its long journey. Some photons will never reach us, not because they are blocked, but because space between us and them grows too quickly. These distant regions slip beyond what we call the cosmic horizon, not a physical boundary, just a limit of connection, a place where the universe still exists, but not for us. There are galaxies out there whose light will never arrive, worlds that formed, burned, and faded without ever being seen by anyone here. Entire histories unfolding in permanent privacy, and there's something strangely beautiful about that. Not everything must be observed to matter. Not every story needs an audience. Beyond the observable universe, physics does not end. The universe may continue smoothly, or it may repeat patterns, or it may curve back on itself, or it may branch into realities we cannot access. We don't know, and perhaps we don't need to. The mystery itself becomes part of the structure, like darkness between stars. At this scale, curiosity softens into acceptance. Questions remain, but they lose urgency. What lies beyond? Does infinity exist? Will expansion continue forever? These questions hover gently, like thoughts just before sleep, unanswered but no longer demanding resolution. And as the universe grows larger in imagination, your sense of self gently contracts, not in a painful way but in a comforting one. Problems shrink, worries loosen. You realize that nothing expects you to carry the weight of this immensity. You were never meant to hold it all, only to witness a small piece from the inside. Here, drifting in this mental space, time feels less linear. Past and future seem less separate. Everything feels like part of one long continuous moment unfolding at different speeds. Stars age, galaxies evolve, space stretches, and consciousness flickers briefly, then passes on its impressions. You are one of those impressions. The universe does not rush you. It does not judge. It simply allows you to exist for a while, to think, to wonder, to feel the quiet echo of something unimaginably large moving gently around you. And as that awareness settles, it becomes easier to let go, to loosen the grip on thoughts, to rest inside the idea that existence itself is enough, vast, quiet, ongoing, without needing anything more from you right now. As we drift even farther beyond where measurement feels useful, the universe begins to resemble something less like a place and more like a condition, a state of being. Vastness is no longer about distance alone, but about duration, continuity, and patience. The universe is not merely large in space, it is large in time. Every direction you look is layered with ages upon ages of change, slow enough to feel still, powerful enough to shape everything. Stars you passed long ago in this journey may no longer exist. Some collapsed into white dwarfs, dim and quiet. Others ended in supernovae, scattering heavy elements into space, enriching future generations of stars and planets. Entire stellar families have risen and vanished during the time it took their light to reach you. You are always seeing ghosts, but gentle ones, glowing memories drifting across the dark. At this scale, the present becomes slippery. What does now even mean when information takes billions of years to travel? The universe has no universal clock ticking in sync. Every region carries its own version of now, shaped by motion, gravity, and distance. Time stretches near massive objects. It thins in empty space. It bends softly without asking permission. And yet, your experience of time feels steady. One breath follows another. One thought dissolves into the next. Inside this small island of awareness, time behaves kindly, predictably, comfortingly. This contrast is not a flaw. It is a gift. The universe allows local calm inside global complexity, islands of rhythm inside oceans of uncertainty. Consider how little of the universe is needed for you to exist. A thin atmosphere, a warm star, a stable planet, a brief window of chemistry and energy flow. Everything else, the billions of galaxies, the endless voids, the cosmic expansion, all of it exists without ever touching your daily life. And yet, it supports it indirectly, like an unseen framework holding everything in place. This is not waste. This is generosity. The universe is extravagantly large so that small things can happen quietly, so that stars can burn gently for billions of years, so that planets can cool slowly, so that life can take its time learning how to notice itself. Even the emptiness serves a purpose. Without vast spaces between galaxies, gravity would pull everything together too quickly. Without expansion, the universe would collapse back on itself. Without time, nothing could change. The universe's size is not excess, it is balance. And here you are, balanced too, suspended between birth and decay, between curiosity and rest, between knowing and not knowing. You do not need to solve the universe to belong to it. You belong simply by existing within its laws, breathing its atoms, riding its expansion through time. As thoughts slow, the universe stops feeling like something to conquer or understand fully. It becomes something to rest inside, like floating on your back in a dark, calm ocean, not needing to see the shore, trusting that the water holds you. The question, how big is the universe, no longer demands an answer measured in numbers. It becomes a feeling, a softness, a deep exhale. The universe is big enough to contain all questions, and gentle enough to let some of them go unanswered. And in that letting go there is peace. As the scale continues to expand in your imagination, something subtle but profound begins to shift. The universe no longer feels like something out there that you are traveling through. It begins to feel like something you are already inside of, something that includes you so completely that the idea of separation quietly dissolves. The farther out you drift, the more you realize there was never a true departure point to begin with. Earth was not a starting line. The stars were not destinations. Everything has always been embedded within the same continuous fabric. At the largest scales we can conceive, the universe resembles a vast web, not a tidy grid, but an intricate cosmic network where galaxies trace long filaments of dark matter stretching across hundreds of millions of light years. These filaments intersect at glowing nodes, dense clusters where thousands of galaxies gather, bound together by gravity, slowly orbiting one another in motions so gradual they feel eternal. Between these filaments lie the great voids, enormous regions where matter is sparse, where space opens wide and quiet, like pauses between notes in an endless composition. This structure is not random. It emerged from tiny fluctuations in the early universe, minute differences in density that gravity slowly amplified over billions of years. From almost nothing came everything. From barely perceptible ripples came the largest structures that have ever existed. And in this realization, there is a kind of cosmic humility. Complexity does not require force. It requires time and patience, and the willingness to let small things grow. Light traveling through this web bends gently as it passes massive structures. Galaxies act like lenses warping space-time itself, stretching and magnifying the light behind them. The universe looks at itself through gravity. Images distort, duplicate, smear softly across the sky. Even emptiness is shaped by what surrounds it. Nothing exists in isolation. At these distances, the numbers grow almost meaningless. Billions of galaxies, trillions of stars in each, distances measured not in kilometers or miles but in billions of light years. The human mind cannot truly hold these figures, so instead, it translates them into feeling, awe, stillness, quiet surrender, and something calming happens when you stop trying to grasp the scale and simply allow it to exist. You realize the universe is not demanding comprehension. It does not require understanding to function. It has been unfolding perfectly well for nearly 14 billion years without anyone watching. Your role is not to solve it, but to experience a small piece of it from the inside. Even now, as space continues to expand, galaxies drift farther apart. Some will eventually slip beyond each other's reach, carried away by the accelerating expansion driven by dark energy. In the far future, distant galaxies will fade from view entirely. The night sky will grow emptier. Observers in those distant epochs may see only their local group of stars, unaware that anything else ever existed beyond. The universe will still be vast, but it will feel smaller to those who remain. This too is part of the story. The universe does not preserve its wonders forever. It reveals them only for a time. There is a quiet urgency in that thought, not the stressful kind, but the gentle reminder that awareness itself is temporary, that the moment you exist in, with galaxies visible, with cosmic background radiation detectable, with the universe still young enough to study, is rare. You are alive during a cosmic window, and yet even that thought softens when you sit with it long enough. Because the universe is not diminished by being unseen, it does not need witnesses to validate its existence. Whether observed or not, it continues, expanding, cooling, drifting toward futures no one can fully predict. As your thoughts slow, the question of size becomes less about distance and more about perspective. The universe is large enough to include beginnings and endings without making either feel final. It is large enough to contain silence without being empty, large enough to hold change without chaos. And within that immensity, there is room for rest, room for a mind to grow quiet, room for curiosity to fade into comfort. You are not late. You are not early. You are exactly where the universe allows you to be, carried gently along by expansion, by time, by laws that do not rush or hesitate. The universe is big enough to hold you, and gentle enough to let you sleep within it. As the sense of vastness deepens, the universe begins to feel less like an expanse to be crossed and more like a slow, steady presence surrounding everything. At this scale, motion itself becomes subtle. Galaxies are still moving, space is still expanding, but the pace is so gentle that it feels almost motionless. It is the kind of movement you only notice if you wait long enough, the kind that unfolds over billions of years, not seconds. And there is comfort in that slowness. Nothing here is abrupt, nothing snaps or rushes. The universe prefers patience. Think about how long it takes for anything meaningful to happen out here. A star forms over millions of years, gathering gas grain by grain, pressure slowly rising until fusion finally ignites. A galaxy evolves over billions of years, stars being born and dying in overlapping generations, spiral arms, slowly reshaping themselves like currents in a vast cosmic ocean. Even collisions between galaxies are drawn-out affairs, lasting hundreds of millions of years, their stars gliding past one another in near silence, barely touching. Violence, at this scale, is quiet. And yet, despite this immense calm, the universe is not static. It is dynamic in the deepest possible way. Space itself stretches, distances increase, not because things are flying away, but because the space between them is growing. Every second, every moment, the universe becomes slightly larger than it was before. This expansion is not happening from a center. There is no central point where everything began spreading outward. Expansion happens everywhere evenly, like a pattern embedded into space itself. This means that wherever you are, on Earth, in a distant galaxy, in a quiet corner of a cosmic void, you are always at the center of your own observable universe. Light reaches you from all directions, carrying stories from the past, painting a sphere of visibility around your location. Beyond that sphere there is more universe, but not more information. Not yet, perhaps not ever. The idea that there are regions of reality forever beyond reach can feel unsettling at first. Entire galaxies that exist but will never be seen. Events that happen without witnesses. But slowly that discomfort fades and something softer takes its place. The universe does not owe us completeness. Mystery is not a flaw. It is part of the structure. Just as silence gives meaning to sound, the unreachable gives depth to what we can know. And now gently, notice how small your immediate concerns feel against this backdrop. The universe does not minimize your experiences, it contextualizes them. It shows that urgency is often a local illusion, that many worries burn brightly only because we are close to them. From a little farther away, their heat dissipates. From this distance, they soften into background noise. This is not about insignificance, it is about relief. You are not required to carry the weight of the cosmos. You are not responsible for its expansion or its fate. You are a brief, delicate configuration of matter and energy, aware for a moment, drifting along with everything else. That is enough. Even the question of the universe's ultimate size begins to loosen its grip here. Is it infinite? Finite but unbounded? Does it curve back on itself? Does it extend endlessly beyond what we can observe? These questions remain open, floating gently without demanding answers. The universe does not rush to resolve them. Neither must you. Some cosmological models suggest that space may loop, allowing a traveler moving in a straight line long enough to eventually return to their starting point. Others suggest a flat, infinite expanse stretching without repetition. Still others imagine higher dimensions folded tightly beyond perception, shaping the behavior of gravity and expansion. Each idea is strange, each is beautiful. None are complete, and that incompleteness is part of the calm. The universe is not a puzzle with a single final image. It is an ongoing process, a slow unfolding, a story without a neat ending. And stories like that are meant to be experienced, not finished. As thoughts grow heavier and slower, the immensity no longer feels overwhelming. It feels spacious, like a deep night sky where the darkness itself is soothing, not empty, but full of quiet potential. A place where nothing is expected of you except to exist, briefly, gently, aware the universe is vast beyond measure, but it does not press down on you. It carries you instead, through time, through expansion, through this moment, and in that carrying there is rest. As we continue drifting outward, there comes a moment when the universe stops feeling like a place you move through and starts feeling like something you float within. Distance no longer pulls your attention forward. Instead, it spreads out evenly in every direction, like a deep, quiet ocean with no shoreline. There is no sense of arrival here, no destination waiting ahead, only continuation, and that realization brings a surprising calm. When there is nowhere specific to reach, there is nothing to rush toward. At these scales, even the grandest cosmic structures soften into patterns rather than objects. Galaxy clusters, once thought of as massive collections of galaxies bound together by gravity, begin to feel more like gentle eddies in the flow of space-time. They drift, stretch, and subtly rearrange over billions of years, guided by forces that act patiently without urgency. Gravity works slowly when distances are vast. It never hurries. It simply waits, and eventually things respond. Light, still moving at its immutable speed, continues to cross unimaginable distances, but now it does so through space that is constantly changing beneath it. As the universe expands, the wavelength of light stretches too, becoming redder, softer, lower in energy. This is not light growing tired. It is light adapting to the shape of the universe it travels through. Even photons must adjust to cosmic time. And there is something tender about that. Even the fastest thing that exists cannot resist the quiet influence of expansion. Nothing escapes the universe's rhythm. Everything participates, from the largest galaxy to the smallest particle, from blazing stars to drifting thoughts. Somewhere far behind us in this journey, Earth continues its silent motion. The planet spins, orbits its star, moves with its galaxy, and that galaxy moves with its local group, and that group moves within the cosmic web, motion layered upon motion, all so smooth that life unfolds without noticing. You are moving through space right now at extraordinary speeds, yet you feel still. The universe has wrapped motion in gentleness. This is one of its great kindnesses. As you sit with this scale, questions may arise softly without sharp edges. Does the universe go on forever? Does it eventually end? Is there a final size, or is size itself an incomplete concept? Cosmology offers models, equations, possibilities, but no definitive closure, and maybe that's exactly as it should be. A universe fully understood would be strangely smaller than one that remains open. Some theories suggest the universe is infinite, extending endlessly beyond what we can observe, repeating patterns or producing endless variation. Others propose a finite universe without edges, curved back on itself like the surface of a sphere but in higher dimensions. In such a universe you could travel forever without ever encountering a boundary, yet still be contained. Both ideas are strange, both are beautiful. Neither demands belief tonight. Tonight it is enough to feel the openness. And within that openness, notice how your awareness changes. Thoughts slow, mental edges blur. The need to label and categorize fades. You don't need to name what you're experiencing. You don't need to solve it. You can simply rest inside the sense of immensity, letting it cradle you rather than challenge you. The universe is not asking you to comprehend its size. It is inviting you to feel it, to let vastness become a backdrop rather than a problem, to let wonder replace effort. And as this feeling settles, the universe begins to feel less overwhelming and more familiar, not because it is small, but because you are part of it. Your atoms were forged in stars. Your energy follows the same laws that guide galaxies. Your sense of time echoes the expansion of space itself. There is no true separation here. You are not looking at the universe. You are the universe briefly aware of itself, drifting, breathing, resting within its own infinite quiet. As awareness continues to drift, the idea of how big the universe is begins to soften even further. Size gives way to scale, and scale gives way to relationship. The universe is not just large in one direction, stretching outward forever. It is layered, nested, Every scale contains another, each one complete in its own way. Atoms hold vast empty spaces. Solar systems are mostly silence. Galaxies are thinly scattered stars wrapped in darkness. Even the cosmic web is more void than substance. Emptiness is not absence here, it is structure. At this level, the universe feels less crowded than expected. For all its size, most of it is quiet, most of it is still. If you could drift through intergalactic space far from stars and dust, you would experience a cold so deep it approaches absolute zero, a darkness so complete that even direction becomes meaningless. No up, no down, just expansion in all directions at once. And yet this quiet is not lifeless. Quantum fields still hum softly, particles flicker into and out of existence. Energy pulses at the lowest possible levels. Space itself is active, even when it appears empty. The universe never truly rests. It simply moves at tempos that feel like rest to us. As time passes, billions of years at a time, stars will slowly burn through their fuel. Galaxies will dim. New star formation will decline. The universe will grow darker, colder, more diffuse. This far future is sometimes called the heat death of the universe, but the name is misleading. There is no dramatic ending, no final collapse, just a gradual quieting, a long exhale stretched across eternity. Even in that distant future, the universe will still be vast, perhaps even vaster than now. Space will continue expanding, distances will grow. The universe will not shrink into nothingness. It will simply thin, like mist dispersing into a morning sky. Thinking about this far future often brings a sense of melancholy, but if you stay with it gently, another feeling emerges: peace. There is no catastrophe waiting at the end of time, only stillness, only calm. Only the slow settling of energy into balance. And here in this present moment, you exist in the warm, bright era of the universe, an era rich with stars, planets, chemistry, and complexity, an era where consciousness can arise and ask questions about size and meaning. That alone makes this moment rare. But rarity does not mean pressure. You are not obligated to use this moment perfectly. You are not required to understand everything while you are here. Existence does not come with a checklist. The universe is not keeping score. As thoughts grow heavier, the vast timeline of the cosmos begins to feel like a gentle cradle rather than a countdown. You are held between an unobservable beginning and an unknowable future, floating in a narrow band of awareness that feels small, but is enough. And perhaps that is the quiet answer hidden within the question of size. The universe is not big to overwhelm you. It is big to allow you to be small without being insignificant. Big enough to hold countless stories without demanding any single one be everything. Here in the middle of it all, you are allowed to rest. As this journey continues, the universe begins to feel less like something unfolding in front of you and more like something gently unfolding around you. The sense of motion fades almost completely now. There is no forward rush. No feeling of crossing checkpoints. Instead, there is a wide, even stillness, like drifting in deep water where currents are slow and everything moves together. At this scale, change is so gradual that it becomes almost indistinguishable from rest. When cosmologists speak about the size of the universe, they often separate what exists from what can be observed. The observable universe is not the whole universe. It is only the region from which light has had time to reach us since the beginning of cosmic expansion. That boundary is not a wall. It is not an edge, it is simply the limit of our connection. Beyond it, space continues, time continues, galaxies continue forming, living out their long lives completely unaware of us, just as we are unaware of them. And there is something quietly humbling in realizing that the universe is under no obligation to include us in every part of its story. Vast regions exist without ever being seen. Entire cosmic histories unfold in permanent darkness, not because they are hidden, but because distance itself makes them unreachable. This is not exclusion, it is scale. As the universe expands, some of these regions drift farther away faster than light can bridge the gap. Their light stretches, reddens, and eventually fades beyond detectability, not because the galaxies vanish, but because space grows too quickly for their messages to arrive. They slip gently beyond our horizon, not with drama but with inevitability, like ships disappearing over a calm, infinite sea. And yet even here, the universe does not feel lonely, because loneliness implies absence of connection. But everything that can be connected is. Gravity still weaves its invisible threads, quantum fields still ripple, time still flows, the universe remains whole, even when parts cannot speak to one another. This is where the question of infinity begins to surface softly. Is the universe infinite? Does it stretch on forever without repetition, without boundary? Or is it finite, curved back on itself in a way too subtle for our senses to detect? Modern measurements suggest space is very close to flat, but flat does not necessarily mean infinite. It simply means our corner of the universe does not curve sharply enough for us to notice. Infinity is a strange idea. It is not a number you reach, it is a condition. And when you try to imagine it too directly, the mind resists, it slips away. But when you approach it gently like this, infinity begins to feel less like a problem and more like a permission. Permission for the universe to be larger than comprehension. Permission for mystery to remain. And perhaps that is why the universe feels so calming at night. Darkness removes detail. It hides edges, it allows the mind to stop measuring and start feeling. The night sky does not demand answers, it offers presence. As awareness slows, you might notice how little of the universe needs to be understood for you to feel at peace within it. You do not need to know how many galaxies exist. You do not need to solve the shape of space-time. You do not need to grasp infinity. You only need this moment, this breath, this quiet sense of being carried by something far larger than yourself. The universe does not hurry you toward meaning. It lets meaning emerge slowly, if at all. And sometimes, meaning arrives not as an explanation, but as a feeling of belonging, a sense that you are not misplaced, that your brief awareness is not an accident, that even in a universe this large, there is room for you to rest. And so the vastness settles again, not as something distant and intimidating, but as a gentle surrounding presence, wide, patient, endlessly unfolding, while you drift comfortably within it. As the universe stretches farther in thought, another gentle shift takes place. The question of where you are becomes less important than the feeling of being held. Space is no longer something you cross. It is something that supports everything, like a quiet foundation beneath all motion. You are not suspended over nothingness. You are suspended within structure, even when that structure looks like emptiness. At these scales, the universe feels almost symmetrical. No matter which direction you turn, the view is broadly the same. Galaxies thin out, darkness deepens, the background glow of ancient light remains. This sameness is not boring, it is stabilizing. It tells us that we are not in a special location. There is no privileged center. The universe does not revolve around any single point, any single observer, and somehow that makes existence feel fairer, softer. This idea has a name in cosmology, the cosmological principle. On the largest scales, the universe looks the same everywhere, homogeneous, isotropic, no preferred directions, no cosmic spotlight, just a vast, even unfolding. This principle allows us to make sense of the universe mathematically, but it also carries a quiet emotional weight. It reminds us that meaning does not come from being central, it comes from being present. Even now, the space inside your body is mostly empty. Atoms are separated by vast distances compared to their size. Electrons exist as clouds of probability rather than solid objects. You are, in a very real sense, mostly space, and yet you feel solid, continuous, whole. The universe does this everywhere. It builds stability out of emptiness, structure out of distance, presence out of probability. As you sit with that thought, the boundary between inner and outer space becomes thinner. The same laws that govern galaxy clusters govern the atoms in your hands. The same expansion that stretches cosmic distances also defines the rhythm of time passing through you. You are not a visitor in the universe. You are one of its expressions. And this is where size becomes intimate. The universe is large enough to contain countless galaxies and small enough to be reflected in a single moment of awareness. It does not choose one scale over another. It allows them all to coexist. Vastness and intimacy are not opposites here. They are partners. Far in the future, long after stars have faded and galaxies have drifted apart, the universe will still carry this structure. Space will still exist, time will still pass, energy will still shift toward equilibrium. There may be no observers left to notice it, but the process will continue, quietly, faithfully, without regret. This future is not bleak when viewed gently, it is simply calm. A universe that has finished most of its stories and settled into rest, and knowing that such a future exists does not diminish the present, it deepens it. It reminds us that we are living during a chapter filled with light, complexity, and awareness, and yet there is no pressure in that realization. You are not responsible for preserving the universe's brightness. You are not tasked with holding on to meaning forever. You are allowed to experience your brief window without turning it into a burden. The universe is large enough to forgive forgetting. As your thoughts slow further, the sense of scale becomes less mental and more physical. You may notice your breathing, the steady rhythm, the gentle rise and fall. In a way, each breath mirrors the expansion and contraction found throughout the cosmos, not exactly the same, but resonant, patterns echoing across scales. And here in this echo there is quiet comfort. You do not need to travel any farther tonight. You do not need to reach the edge of the universe to feel its size. You are already inside it, fully included, fully carried. The universe continues to expand, but for now, you can rest. As the sense of distance continues to soften, the universe begins to feel less like a place you move through and more like a condition you exist within. Expansion is no longer something happening far away between galaxies you can't see. It is something happening everywhere, all at once. Every stretch of space, no matter how small, is slowly, gently growing. Not explosively, not dramatically, just enough to matter over immense spans of time. This means that even the space between your thoughts, the pauses between moments of awareness, are part of that same unfolding. Nothing is static. Everything is quietly participating. When cosmologists say the universe is expanding, they don't mean galaxies are racing through space like sparks flying from an explosion. Space itself is stretching. The fabric between objects is lengthening. Galaxies are mostly staying where they are, but the distances between them grow because the stage they rest on is growing larger. It's a subtle distinction, but an important one. It means there is no central point where the expansion began that you could travel back to. There is no cosmic center you could stand on and say, "It all started here." Every point was once closer to every other point. Every place was once part of the same dense beginning. That beginning, the moment we call the Big Bang, was not an explosion into empty space. It was the rapid expansion of space itself. No outside, no surrounding void, just everything everywhere, all at once unfolding. The universe did not expand into something, it expanded into itself, and that makes the idea of size even stranger. How do you measure something that has no external reference? How do you define big when there is nothing outside to compare it to? We answer that question by using light and time, by asking how far light has traveled since the beginning, by mapping how long it takes signals to reach us. The observable universe is not the entire universe. It is simply the part from which light has had time to reach us in the 13.8 billion years since the beginning. That sphere has a radius of about 46 billion light years because space has been expanding while the light was traveling. The light left long ago from regions that are now much farther away than when it started. This means something quietly astonishing. There are galaxies so distant that their light will never reach us, not because it hasn't had enough time yet, but because the space between us and them is expanding too fast. The universe is growing in such a way that some regions are slipping beyond our cosmic horizon, not disappearing, not ceasing to exist, but becoming permanently unreachable. Their future light will never arrive here. Their stories will unfold forever beyond our awareness. This horizon is not a wall. It is not a boundary you could crash into. It is simply a limit of connection, a limit of information. Beyond it, the universe continues, but causally disconnected from us. And this is where size becomes emotional again. The universe is not just large, it is larger than what can ever be known, larger than observation, larger than memory, and yet the part we can observe is already overwhelming. Hundreds of billions of galaxies, each with hundreds of billions of stars. Each star potentially surrounded by planets, dust, comets, and quiet cold space. The numbers stack so high that they stop feeling numerical at all. They become texture. They become atmosphere. You don't count them anymore. You feel them. As you let this sink in, there may be a strange mix of feelings: awe, insignificance, curiosity, peace. The universe does not demand that you choose one. It allows them all to coexist, just like wave and particle, just like stillness and motion. You are allowed to feel small without feeling erased. You are allowed to feel curious without needing answers, because here is another gentle truth. The universe does not rush. Expansion happens over billions of years. Stars burn for millions to trillions of years. Galaxies collide slowly, their stars mostly passing by each other without ever touching. Even dramatic cosmic events unfold on timescales that make urgency meaningless. The universe has patience built into its structure, and for a moment you can borrow that patience. You do not need to grasp the full size of the universe tonight. No one ever has. No one ever will. Understanding its scale is not about completion. It's about surrendering to the fact that some things are meant to remain larger than comprehension, not as a failure of the mind, but as a gift to it. The universe is big enough to hold mystery without breaking, big enough to let questions remain open, big enough to let you rest inside uncertainty without fear. And in that vastness, in that endless stretching, there is no pressure to move faster, think harder, or reach farther. The universe is already doing the expanding for you. As the scale grows larger still, distance stops behaving the way your intuition expects. Out here, far beyond clusters and superclusters, the universe no longer looks like a collection of objects scattered through space. It begins to resemble a delicate foam, a vast cosmic web made of filaments and voids. Long threads of galaxies stretch across hundreds of millions of light years, intersecting at dense knots where clusters form, while between them lie enormous regions of almost complete emptiness. These voids are not small gaps. Some are so large that thousands of Milky Way-sized galaxies could fit inside them with room to spare. And yet, even these emptiest places are not truly empty. They still contain faint gas, dark matter, and the quiet hum of quantum fields. Even nothingness, it turns out, has structure. When astronomers first mapped this large-scale structure, it came as a surprise. The universe was expected to be more uniform, more smoothly spread. Instead, it looked organic, almost biological, like neurons branching through a cosmic brain or soap bubbles pressed together, thin walls separating vast hollows. Gravity, acting over unimaginable time, pulled matter into these filaments, leaving behind darkness where little ever formed. The universe organized itself without intention, without awareness, yet produced patterns that feel strangely familiar. Order emerging from simple rules repeated again and again, and somewhere within one of these filaments, in an unremarkable spiral galaxy around an ordinary star, a small planet developed life that began to notice the pattern. That alone is worth pausing over. The fact that the universe became complex enough to observe itself, not everywhere, not often, but at least once, maybe more. As we drift farther, the galaxies themselves begin to blur into a soft glow. Individually they fade. Collectively they create a background of faint shimmering light that fills space. This is not starlight in the usual sense. It's ancient light. Light that has been traveling for billions of years, stretched and reddened by expansion, whispering stories from epochs when the universe was younger, hotter, and far more crowded. Every direction you look, this glow is there. The universe has no preferred viewpoint. There is no up or down, no edge you can point to. Wherever you are, the cosmos surrounds you equally. Eventually, even this glow thins. You approach a time when galaxies had not yet formed, when stars had not yet ignited, when the universe was a dense fog of particles and radiation, too hot and energetic for structure. This is the realm of the early universe, where matter and energy were so tightly coupled that light could not travel freely. Space was opaque, glowing, restless. There were no nights, no dark skies. Just a uniform brightness everywhere at once. Then, about 380,000 years after the beginning, something remarkable happened. The universe cooled enough for atoms to form. Electrons settled into orbit around nuclei. Light was finally able to move without constantly being scattered. And in that moment, the universe became transparent. The light released then has been traveling ever since, stretched into microwaves by expansion, now filling all of space as the cosmic microwave background. It is the oldest light we can observe, a snapshot of the universe as a baby, smooth, nearly uniform, with tiny fluctuations that would later grow into galaxies, stars, and planets. When scientists first detected this background radiation, it was everywhere. No matter where they pointed their instruments, the signal was the same. That was the moment we realized we are inside the universe's memory, bathed in its earliest echo. Even now, as you rest, that ancient light passes through you. It doesn't warm your skin. You don't feel it, but it is there. A reminder that the universe remembers its own beginning, even if we struggle to imagine it. Beyond this point, our journey cannot continue in the same way. There is no light older than that, no images to collect, no signals to receive. We reach the edge of what observation allows, not because the universe ends, but because information does. Time itself becomes difficult to describe. Physics as we know it begins to blur. Our equations lose their grip. Words become less certain, and that too is part of the universe's size. Not just how far it extends, but how far understanding can reach. There are regions not just beyond travel but beyond knowledge, not as a challenge, not as a wall to break through, but as a quiet boundary that invites humility. You don't have to solve it. You don't have to imagine what lies beyond. It is enough to know that the universe is larger than explanation, and that this is not a flaw in our thinking but a feature of reality itself. In that vastness, there is room for wonder to remain gentle, for curiosity to soften into calm, for the mind to rest, knowing it does not need to hold the whole cosmos at once. The universe continues far beyond what we can see, and you here now are safely within the part that can be known, carried along by the same expansion, breathing inside the same story. As we move still farther outward, something subtle happens to the idea of distance itself. Up close, distance feels concrete, kilometers, miles, minutes, years. But at these scales, distance becomes relational rather than measurable. It's no longer about how long it would take to cross space, because crossing it is no longer possible. Expansion quietly takes over. The universe is not simply large, it is growing, and it has been growing since the very beginning. This growth is not like an explosion from a center. There is no central point rushing outward. Instead, space itself stretches everywhere at once. Every gap between galaxies lengthens, every filament thins, every void expands. From any location it looks the same. Everything else is moving away, and the farther something is, the faster it recedes. This is not motion through space. It is space itself unfolding like a calm, endless breath. At first, this expansion is gentle. Nearby galaxies drift away slowly. Light can still cross the distance. Messages can still arrive. But beyond a certain scale, expansion becomes overwhelming. There are regions so distant that the space between us and them grows faster than light can travel. Not because anything is breaking the cosmic speed limit, but because the fabric between points is stretching faster than light can bridge it. This creates a horizon, not a wall, not an edge. A horizon of information. Beyond it, events may still occur, galaxies may still shine, stars may still live and die, but their light will never reach us. Not now, not ever. They are not hidden by darkness, they are hidden by time itself. This horizon is not fixed. As the universe ages, it changes. Some regions drift beyond reach forever. Others slowly enter view. But with the discovery of dark energy, something unexpected became clear. Expansion is accelerating. The universe is not just growing, it is growing faster and faster. Driven by a mysterious energy embedded in space itself, an energy that resists gravity and pushes everything apart. This means that over time, fewer and fewer galaxies will remain visible. The night sky of the far future will grow emptier. Galaxies outside our local group will fade beyond the horizon. Eventually, distant observers may see only their own island of stars, unaware that anything else ever existed. The universe will appear small, even though it is unimaginably large. There is something deeply poetic in that. The universe's size does not guarantee that it can be known. Vastness does not demand visibility. Reality is under no obligation to remain observable forever. And yet, here we are, living in a brief era when the universe is still readable, when its light still reaches us, when its story is still open. That timing is not special in a cosmic sense, but it feels special in a human one, because to exist at a moment when the universe can still be mapped, measured, and wondered about, that is quietly extraordinary. Not as an achievement, not as a destiny, just as a condition of being alive right now. And even then, our maps are incomplete. The observable universe is not the entire universe. It is simply the part we can see. Beyond the horizon, space almost certainly continues. Galaxies likely extend far beyond our reach, repeating patterns or forming entirely new ones. The universe may be finite, looping back on itself in ways we can't perceive, or infinite, stretching endlessly without repetition. We don't know, and we may never know. Infinity here is not a number, it is a feeling. A sense that no matter how far outward you drift, there is always more space to unfold, always more distance to absorb, always more quiet beyond the quiet. But infinity does not demand fear. It does not require comprehension. You are not meant to hold it. You are meant to float within it. As your thoughts soften, the scale stops feeling overwhelming. Instead, it becomes spacious, open, forgiving. The universe does not rush you. It does not expect understanding. It simply exists and allows you to exist within it. You are not late to this cosmic story. You are not early. You are exactly where you are, in a moment where stars still shine, galaxies still glow, and questions are still allowed to be unanswered. And in that allowance, there is rest. The universe expands without urgency, and for now, so can you. As the expansion carries us farther still, something curious begins to happen to our sense of belonging. Up close, we belong to places, a room, a city, a planet. Even earlier in our journey, we belonged to a solar system, a galaxy, a cluster. But now, out here, the idea of where becomes softer, almost optional. There is no landmark to cling to, no central reference point, no cosmic address written in stone. The universe offers no signposts. It simply opens and keeps opening. At this scale, the universe stops feeling like a collection of objects and starts feeling like a condition of space, of energy, of time slowly unfolding. Galaxies are no longer destinations, they are textures, patterns embedded in an enormous fabric that stretches quietly in all directions. The distances between them are so vast that even imagination grows tired trying to bridge the gaps. Light takes millions, billions of years to cross them, and even then, it arrives altered, reddened, stretched thin by the very expansion that carried it. This stretching of light is subtle but profound. As space expands, wavelengths lengthen. Blue light slips into red, red slips into infrared. Eventually, light stretches so much that it becomes undetectable, not because it disappeared, but because it thinned into silence. This is why the oldest light in the universe, the cosmic microwave background, reaches us today as a faint whisper, a gentle glow just above absolute zero. It is the cooled echo of a universe once dense and hot, now vast and calm. When you look at that background, you are not seeing objects, you are seeing time itself, a surface of last scattering, a moment when the universe became transparent, when light was finally free to travel. Before that moment, everything was too dense, too energetic, too close together. There was no darkness then, no space, no distance, just a glowing fog of possibility, and from that fog everything else emerged. Stars did not appear immediately. Galaxies did not rush into being. For hundreds of millions of years, the universe was dark, not empty but dark. Matter slowly gathered under gravity's patient pull, collecting into denser regions, forming the seeds of future stars. This era is sometimes called the cosmic dark ages, but it was not lifeless. It was a long, quiet preparation, a universe learning how to structure itself. Eventually, the first stars ignited, not gently but fiercely. Massive, short-lived, brilliant. They burned through their fuel quickly, forging heavier elements in their cores, then dying in colossal explosions that seeded space with the ingredients for planets, chemistry, and eventually, life. Every atom heavier than hydrogen in your body was born in stars like these, not metaphorically. Literally, your carbon, your oxygen, your calcium were once inside stellar furnaces, scattered across space, then gathered again into something that could breathe and wonder. Out here, at the edge of the observable universe, those origins feel both distant and intimate. Distant in scale, intimate in meaning. Because even as space expands and galaxies drift apart, the story remains connected. You are not separate from this vastness. You are one of its expressions, a local arrangement of cosmic history, temporarily aware of itself. This is not meant to make you feel small. It is meant to make you feel placed, properly placed. You are not lost in the universe. The universe is unfolding through you, one conscious moment at a time, and maybe that is why thinking about cosmic scale can feel strangely calming. Problems shrink, urgency softens. The nervous system recognizes something ancient and slow and steady beneath the noise of daily life. The universe does not hurry, it does not panic. It expands, cools, structures, dissolves, and continues. Even the end of things, when it comes, will not be sudden. Stars will fade gradually, galaxies will dim, black holes will evaporate over incomprehensible spans of time. Space will grow colder, emptier, quieter, not with drama, but with patience. A long, gentle unwinding. But that future is so far away that it almost doesn't belong to time as we experience it. For now, the universe is vibrant, active, curious, filled with light still traveling, questions still forming, minds still able to ask them. And here you are, suspended between the very small and the very large, breathing quietly on a planet that has never left its orbit, while space itself stretches beyond any horizon you could ever reach. You don't need to go farther than this moment to feel the scale. It's already around you, and it's already enough. As we drift onward farther than any signal could ever return from, we begin to approach a boundary that isn't really a wall, but feels like one anyway. A horizon made not of matter, but of time. This is the observable edge of the universe, the limit beyond which light has simply not had enough time to reach us since the beginning of everything. It's not the edge of existence, it's the edge of what can be known, at least for now. Imagine standing in an endless ocean at night. You can only see as far as the light from your lantern reaches. Beyond that is not emptiness, it's just darkness, not because there is nothing there, but because no information has arrived yet. The observable universe is like that lantern glow, stretching about 93 billion light-years across, a sphere centered on you. not because you are special, but because every observer sits at the center of their own observable bubble. Someone in a distant galaxy would see a different horizon, a different slice of reality, equally valid, equally limited. This realization quietly removes the idea of a universal center. There is no middle point where everything began and spread outward into pre-existing space. Space itself came into being everywhere at once. Every point expanded away from every other point. The universe didn't explode into space. Space expanded into itself, and it's still doing so, silently, relentlessly, without any need for permission. Beyond our observable horizon, galaxies are likely still there. Clusters, filaments, voids, perhaps regions much like ours, perhaps regions very different, but because the expansion of space is accelerating, driven by something we call dark energy, many of those distant regions will never be reachable, even in principle. Their light will never arrive, their stories will never intersect with ours, not because of distance alone, but because space itself is pulling us apart faster than light can bridge the gap. There's something haunting about that. Entire cosmic histories unfolding forever beyond contact, stars forming, civilizations perhaps rising and falling, questions being asked, answers being sought, all of it real and forever inaccessible, not lost, just out of reach. And yet, there is also something oddly comforting here. The universe is not required to be fully knowable. Mystery is not a flaw. It is a feature, a gentle reminder that existence does not exist solely to be catalogued. Some things are allowed to remain vast, quiet, unresolved. At this scale, even time starts to feel different. When we talk about billions of years, language begins to soften, numbers lose their sharp edges. The universe has already lived for about 13.8 billion years, long enough for stars to be born and die, for galaxies to collide and merge, for planets to form and erode, for life to arise and reflect on its own improbability. And still, this may be only the beginning. In some models, the universe will continue expanding forever, cooling, thinning, growing darker as stars exhaust their fuel. In others, expansion may slow, stop, or reverse. There are ideas of cyclic universes, of big bounces instead of big bangs, of reality breathing in and out across epochs larger than comprehension. None of these are settled. None are proven, and that uncertainty is not weakness. It's honesty. Science, at its calmest, does not pretend to know what it doesn't. It waits. It listens. It measures carefully. It allows the universe to speak in its own time. And here, right now, the universe is speaking softly. It says that size is not just about distance. It's about patience. It's about duration. It's about the ability to hold many scales at once. The tiny vibrations of quantum fields and the slow migration of galaxy superclusters, without needing to choose one as more meaningful than the other, because meaning doesn't scale with size. A single conscious moment, quietly aware of its place in the vastness, is not made insignificant by cosmic distance. If anything, it becomes rarer, sharper, more precious. You are not overwhelmed by the universe. You are carried by it. The same expansion that pulls galaxies apart also created the conditions for stars, for planets, for chemistry, for minds capable of wondering how big it all is. And now, as you rest in this thought, letting the immensity settle rather than shout, you are doing something profoundly cosmic. You are observing, and in that observation, the universe, vast, ancient, endlessly stretching, becomes just a little more awake. As the observable universe slowly fades behind us, something subtle begins to happen. The idea of distance, the thing that guided us from Earth to the Moon, from the Sun to the nearest star, from galaxy to galaxy, starts to loosen its grip. Distance was once comforting, measurable, countable in seconds, minutes, years of light traveling patiently through space. But now, distance becomes less useful, because what lies ahead is not just far away, it is fundamentally unreachable. This is where we meet the cosmic horizon in a deeper sense, not a line you could ever touch, not a place you could point to, but a limit woven into time itself. Even if you could travel forever, even if technology bent impossibly to your will, there are regions of the universe that are receding from you faster than light can chase them, not because light is slow, but because space itself is growing, stretching the gap faster than anything can cross it. This isn't motion in the ordinary sense. Galaxies aren't racing away through space like sparks from an explosion. They are being gently carried apart as space expands between them. The farther away they are, the faster that expansion appears, and somewhere beyond a certain distance, that expansion becomes absolute, a quiet goodbye written into the structure of reality. It's strange to think that the universe contains places we will never influence, never reach, never even observe, not in a dramatic way. No barrier, no warning sign, just a gradual slipping beyond connection, like watching a ship drift over the horizon at sea. You know it hasn't vanished, you simply know you won't see it again. And yet, the universe does not feel smaller because of this. It feels larger, not because of what we can reach, but because of what we must let go of. This is where scale turns inward. When the cosmos becomes too vast to hold in numbers, it invites something else instead: perspective. The understanding that size is not dominance, that enormity is not superiority, that meaning does not increase with volume. A hydrogen atom vibrating quietly in the vacuum of space obeys the same laws as a supercluster, spanning hundreds of millions of light years. The universe does not play favorites. It applies its rules gently, evenly, without regard for grandeur. And here you are, a small arrangement of matter briefly conscious, listening to a story about distances so large they dissolve language itself. There is no contradiction here. This is exactly how the universe explores itself, through limited viewpoints, through temporary awareness, through moments that do not need to last forever to matter. If the universe were fully knowable, it would be static, finished, but it isn't. It is still unfolding, still expanding, still asking questions in the form of stars and silence. Somewhere beyond our horizon, perhaps the cosmic structure looks the same, perhaps it looks radically different, perhaps physical constants shift, perhaps time behaves differently, or perhaps it's all beautifully uniform, repeating patterns across scales so vast they blur into abstraction. We don't know. And that uncertainty is not empty, it's fertile, because not knowing leaves room for wonder, and wonder, unlike distance, does not diminish with scale. As we float here, suspended between what can be seen and what must be imagined, the universe stops feeling like something external. It feels like a process, a slow, patient unfolding where even questions are part of the design. You are not late to this universe. You are not early. You arrived precisely when conditions allowed you to arrive. long after the first stars ignited, long before the last ones will fade, in a narrow, gentle window where matter learned how to look back at itself. And in that looking, the size of the universe becomes less about how far it goes, and more about how deeply it can be felt. So let the vastness rest around you now, not as something to conquer or measure, but as something to lean into, a quiet, endless backdrop that asks nothing from you except presence. The universe does not rush, neither do you, and in this stillness scale softens, and wonder remains. As we continue drifting, the idea of outside begins to blur. When we first left Earth, space felt like a place, something you could move through, past the moon, past the sun, past the planets. But now at this scale, space stops feeling like a container and starts feeling like the thing itself. There is no backdrop behind the universe, no empty room it sits inside. Space is not holding the universe. Space is the universe, expanding, stretching, quietly making more of itself in every direction at once. This is one of the strangest realizations modern cosmology has offered us, and one of the calmest once it settles in. The universe is not growing into anything. There is no edge pushing outward into darkness. Every point is moving away from every other point, not because they are traveling, but because the distance between them is gently increasing. Like dots drawn on the surface of a balloon as it inflates, each dot sees the others recede, and none of them sits at the center. And yet from wherever you stand, it feels like you are. That's not an illusion. It's a feature of expansion itself. Every observer, anywhere in the universe, experiences themselves as the center of their observable cosmos, not because they are special, but because observation always radiates outward from a single point of awareness. The universe does not privilege location, it privileges perspective. At these scales, even the word big starts to feel inadequate. Big compared to what? Big assumes a reference point, a familiar frame. But here there is no familiar. There is only more distance, more time, more unfolding. And time stretches too. When we talk about the universe being 13.8 billion years old, we're speaking in human language, using numbers built for calendars and lifetimes. But cosmic time is not experienced in seconds ticking away. It is written in transitions, in eras, in phases of behavior. The universe has already lived several distinct lives. There was a time when it was so hot and dense that atoms could not exist, a time when light itself could not travel freely, a time when the first hydrogen atoms formed and darkness fell across the cosmos for hundreds of millions of years, a time when the first stars ignited, ending that darkness with gentle, scattered fire, a time when galaxies assembled, collided, reshaped themselves again and again, and now a time when expansion accelerates, stretching everything thinner, quieter, farther apart. We are living in a rare era, one where the universe is old enough to be complex, but young enough to still be bright. There will come a future where the night sky grows emptier, distant galaxies will fade beyond visibility. Even our local group of galaxies will eventually drift alone through an otherwise dark cosmos. Civilizations that arise trillions of years from now may look up and see far less than we do. They may never know the true scale of what once was observable. In that sense, you are living at a privileged moment, not because you are powerful, but because you are early enough to see far. And yet, the universe does not rush toward an ending. Its timescales are patient beyond intuition. Stars will continue forming for trillions of years. Black holes will persist even longer. Protons themselves may outlast everything we recognize, slowly decaying across epochs so vast they barely deserve the name time. Against this backdrop, your moment here is brief, but brevity does not equal insignificance. A spark is brief, so is a breath, so is awareness. The universe does not measure importance by duration. If it did, nothing short-lived could matter. Instead, meaning emerges wherever structure becomes capable of reflection, wherever matter organizes itself enough to ask questions like, how big is all of this? And what does it mean that I'm here to wonder at all? And now, as your thoughts slow, as the immensity stops pressing and starts cradling instead, you might feel something shift. The universe no longer feels like something towering above you. It feels like something moving through you, through every atom, through every quiet thought. As the scale continues to widen, something curious happens to our sense of self. At first, immensity can feel intimidating. The numbers grow large, distances stretch beyond intuition, galaxies blur into abstractions. But if you stay with it long enough, if you stop trying to hold the universe all at once, the feeling softens. Vastness stops being something that presses down on you and becomes something that opens around you. Because the universe is not loud at its largest scales, it is quiet. Between galaxies there are not explosions or storms or constant motion. There is mostly stillness, a thin, nearly perfect vacuum, a darkness so complete that even the occasional particle drifting through it would feel like an event. The farther we go, the emptier it becomes. And yet this emptiness is not absence. It is space doing what it does best, allowing things to exist without interference. This is the true texture of the cosmos, not crowded, not chaotic, spacious. The filaments of galaxies we passed earlier, the great cosmic web stretching across hundreds of millions of light years, are the exception, not the rule. Most of the universe is void, immense regions where gravity has pulled matter away, leaving behind vast spherical bubbles of near-nothingness. These voids are so large that entire galaxy clusters could hide inside them and still feel lost. And still, even here, physics continues quietly. Dark matter flows invisibly through space, shaping structure without ever announcing itself. Dark energy gently accelerates expansion, not with force but with persistence. Time continues forward, not hurried, not dramatic, just steady, like breathing. It's tempting to think that meaning must be tied to density, to activity, to places where things happen, but the universe suggests something else, that stillness is not emptiness, that silence is not lack, that space itself is a kind of presence, and you right now are part of that presence. Your body is mostly empty space too. Atoms spaced far apart, electrons orbiting nuclei at distances that if scaled up would make solid matter feel like mist. The solidity you feel is an illusion created by forces and probabilities, not contact. In a very real sense, you are already made of cosmic emptiness, held together by patterns rather than substance. Which means this vastness outside you mirrors the vastness within. At this scale, questions begin to change shape. Instead of asking how big the universe is, you might start to wonder why size feels meaningful at all. Why do we instinctively compare? Why do we measure ourselves against infinity and feel small instead of feeling connected? Perhaps because we are used to thinking of ourselves as separate, but separation fades out here. The same laws that govern the slow drift of galaxies govern the atoms in your breath. The same expansion that stretches intergalactic space has no trouble coexisting with the warmth of your body, the rhythm of your heartbeat, the quiet electrical signals in your brain. There is no contradiction. Different scales do not compete. They coexist. And when you stop resisting that idea, when you let the universe be vast without needing to conquer it, something deeply calming settles in. You don't need to be large to belong. You don't need to last forever to matter. You are a moment where the universe briefly became aware of its own size, and that awareness doesn't shout, it whispers, it arrives gently, it feels like this, a slow breath, a widening calm, a sense that nothing is required of you except to exist. So let the universe remain enormous, let it stretch beyond imagination, let horizons retreat and mysteries stay unresolved. You are allowed to rest inside questions that don't need answers tonight. The cosmos will keep expanding whether you think about it or not. Galaxies will keep drifting, time will keep unfolding, and you can simply float here wrapped in the quiet truth that being small in an infinite universe is not a weakness. It is how the universe learns how to feel. As we drift farther still, something subtle begins to change in how the universe feels. Not what it contains, but how it presents itself to the mind. Distances stop behaving like distances. Numbers stop behaving like numbers. When something is billions of light years wide, the difference between very far and even farther begins to blur. The universe grows so large that scale itself becomes soft, almost abstract, like trying to hold the concept of eternity in your hands. You can say the words, but the meaning slips gently through your fingers. Out here, far beyond familiar galaxies, we begin to approach the limits of what can be seen at all. This is the observable universe, not the whole universe, just the part whose light has had time to reach us since the beginning of cosmic expansion. About 93 billion light-years across, a vast glowing bubble of visibility floating inside something potentially much larger, or maybe infinite, or maybe finite in a way our minds cannot quite picture. This edge is not a wall, it is not a boundary you could touch. It is simply the distance at which light has not yet arrived, and that distinction matters, because beyond this horizon space almost certainly continues. Galaxies may exist, stars may shine, entire cosmic histories may be unfolding right now quietly, beautifully, forever unseen. Not because they are hidden, but because the universe is old, and light is patient, but not infinitely fast. There is something profoundly humbling about that. The idea that reality does not stop where our perception stops, that the universe is not shaped around what we can know. It does not pause to wait for observation. It simply unfolds, expanding in all directions, indifferent to whether its farthest regions will ever be witnessed. And yet here we are, a small pocket of awareness inside this glowing sphere of visibility. Not at the center, there is no center, but at a place where conditions happen to allow stars to form, planets to cool, chemistry to grow complex, and minds to awaken. Minds capable of asking how big all of this really is. As you rest in that thought, notice how the question itself changes. How big is the universe? Slowly becomes something quieter, less about measurement, more about perspective. Big compared to what? To a human lifetime. Enormous. To eternity, perhaps brief. To nothingness. Infinitely rich. Even the age of the universe, 13.8 billion years, is only large when measured against our short lives. On cosmic timescales, it is still young. Galaxies are still forming. Stars are still burning brightly. The universe has not yet grown old. It is still in its long, luminous youth. And you exist right here, in this narrow, precious window of time, not early enough to witness the first light directly, not late enough to see the stars fade, but right in the middle, where complexity blooms. That is not coincidence, it is consequence. The universe needed time to grow heavy elements, to forge carbon and oxygen in stellar hearts, to scatter them across space, to gather them again into worlds. You are part of that process, not separate from it, not observing from the outside. You are made of the universe, noticing itself, and when the size of everything begins to feel overwhelming, remember this vastness does not erase meaning, it makes room for it. The universe is not large in order to diminish you. It is large so that countless moments like this one can exist quietly, without crowding each other, without urgency. Here, near the edge of what can be seen, the universe does not shout, it whispers, it invites stillness, it allows the mind to loosen its grip on needing answers and simply float in awareness. You do not need to understand what lies beyond the observable horizon. You do not need to solve infinity. It is enough to know that you are here, now carried gently through space and time on a planet that spins beneath a sky far deeper than thought. Beyond the observable horizon, the universe becomes a place not of darkness, but of silence in knowledge. Not because nothing exists there, but because nothing from there has had time to reach us. It is a reminder that sight is not the same as reality. The universe is under no obligation to reveal itself fully. It simply allows us to glimpse what we can, when we can, and no more. This boundary of visibility moves with time. As the universe ages, light from farther regions will eventually arrive, but expansion complicates that promise. Space itself is stretching. Some galaxies are already receding faster than light relative to us, not because they are breaking cosmic speed limits, but because the space between us and them is growing. Their light, already on its way, will never arrive. They are slipping permanently beyond reach, carried away by expansion like leaves drifting downstream. This means the observable universe is not just a snapshot, it is a shrinking archive. Over unimaginably long timescales, fewer and fewer galaxies will remain visible. The night sky of the far future will grow emptier, not because stars have vanished, but because distance has become too great for light to cross. Astronomers of that era, if any still exist, may see only their own galaxy surrounded by darkness and wonder if anything else ever existed at all. There is something quietly poignant in that thought. We live in a privileged moment when the universe still shows itself generously, when deep-field telescopes can capture light that has traveled for over 13 billion years, when the cosmos still feels open, vast, and richly populated. This openness will not last forever, and yet nothing is being taken away. The universe is not closing. It is expanding into its own future, carrying stories forward even if they become inaccessible. Reality does not require witnesses to continue. Existence does not fade just because it can no longer be observed. As you drift with this idea, notice how time itself feels different on these scales. A million years becomes a heartbeat. A billion years becomes a breath. The future stretches so far ahead that it stops feeling like a destination and starts feeling like a direction. Always forward, always unfolding, and still here you are, a conscious moment suspended inside this immense flow. You do not need to rush forward with it. You are allowed to pause, to rest inside the present while the universe carries on around you. When people ask how big the universe is, they often imagine size as something static, a container, a thing that can be measured and finished. But the universe is not finished. It is not complete. It is still becoming. Size in this context is not a number. It is a process. Every second, new space is created. Every moment, distances change. The universe is not merely large, it is growing, and growth does not demand urgency. It unfolds at its own pace, indifferent to impatience, gentle in its inevitability. There is comfort in that. You are not falling behind. Nothing essential is being missed. The universe has room for slowness. It has room for quiet awareness. It has room for sleep. As thoughts begin to drift, the question of size transforms once more. Not how big is the universe, but how does it feel to be inside something so vast? And the answer, if you listen closely, is not fear, but calm. Vastness does not press in on you. It opens outward. It creates space for breathing, space for rest, space for being exactly where you are, without needing to go anywhere else. And so the journey continues, not outward now but inward, as the mind gently releases its grip on measurement and allows itself to float, weightless, inside the quiet immensity of everything. As the universe continues to stretch outward, the mind begins to turn inward. After traveling across light years, past stars and galaxies and horizons of visibility, something subtle happens. The question of size stops pointing away from you and starts pointing back, because no matter how vast the universe becomes, it is still being held, in this moment, by a single awareness, yours. Think about that for a moment. All of this immensity, billions of galaxies, trillions of stars, oceans of dark space, is passing quietly through your mind as an idea. The universe may be enormous, but the experience of it is intimate, soft, personal. You are not standing outside it, measuring it with a ruler. You are inside it, breathing with it, part of its ongoing story. And perhaps that is the most surprising thing of all. The universe did not need to become conscious in order to exist. Stars would still burn, galaxies would still spin, expansion would still continue whether or not anyone was watching. And yet, here consciousness is a small, delicate thing, arising naturally from the same laws that shape nebulae and black holes, not imposed from outside, but grown from within. That means the universe is not just big in space, it is deep in experience. Every thought you have right now is a physical process unfolding in a brain made of stardust. Every emotion is a chemical and electrical pattern shaped by cosmic history. The universe is not only something you are thinking about, it is something you are doing. In this moment, it is experiencing itself as rest, as quiet attention, as gentle curiosity fading into calm. And when you look back at the journey we've taken from Earth to the Moon, to the Sun, across interstellar silence, through the Milky Way, out into the cosmic web, toward the limits of what can be seen, it begins to feel less like travel and more like perspective. You did not go anywhere. You simply widened your sense of where you already are. The universe does not require you to hold all of it at once. It does not expect comprehension. Vastness is not a test, it is an invitation to let go of the need to dominate space with understanding and instead rest inside it with humility. There is no prize for grasping infinity. There is no failure in releasing it. Even the greatest physicists, armed with equations and telescopes, eventually reach the same quiet truth. At the largest scales, certainty softens, models approximate, language struggles, the universe exceeds description, and that is not a flaw in science, it is a feature of reality, because some things are meant to be lived, not solved. Size at the cosmic scale is one of those things. It is not meant to be conquered by the mind. It is meant to dissolve the mind's sharp edges, to remind it that it does not sit at the center of existence, but it does belong, genuinely. And belonging does not require importance. A single grain of sand belongs to the beach without needing to be the whole shore. A single breath belongs to the atmosphere without needing to fill the sky. You belong to the universe without needing to contain it. As this realization settles, the vastness that once felt overwhelming begins to feel protective, like a dark, quiet ocean holding a small, warm island of awareness. Nothing is rushing you. Nothing is demanding attention. The universe is vast enough to let you rest unnoticed. And perhaps that is why sleep comes so easily when we think about space, because the universe is not crowded. It is spacious. It does not press inward. It opens outward. It gives permission to soften, to slow, to stop holding everything so tightly. You are allowed to be small here. You are allowed to be tired. The universe will continue expanding whether you are awake or asleep. Galaxies will drift. Time will move. Nothing depends on your vigilance. Nothing will fall apart if you close your eyes. And in that knowledge, in that quiet assurance, the final measure of the universe reveals itself. Not in kilometers or light years. Not in infinities or equations, but in how much room it gives you to rest. As rest deepens, even the idea of the universe continuing without you watching begins to feel comforting rather than unsettling. There is a gentle relief in knowing that existence does not require your effort. You do not need to witness every moment for it to be real. The stars do not pause when you sleep. Space does not hold its breath. The universe is steady, patient, self-sustaining, and that means you are free to let go. Far beyond thought, beyond language, the universe moves according to rhythms older than memory. Expansion is not hurried. Gravity is not anxious. Time itself does not rush toward anything. It simply flows evenly, impartially, carrying galaxies and dreams with the same quiet grace. And right now you are being carried too. If you imagine the universe from the outside, if such a thing were even possible, it would not look dramatic. No fireworks, no edges glowing with meaning. It would look calm, smooth. A slow unfolding of space and time, like a breath that never quite finishes exhaling. From this perspective, size stops being impressive and starts being gentle. Immensity becomes softness. You might notice that your thoughts are no longer trying to jump ahead, no longer trying to reach the end of the universe or solve its deepest questions. They begin to drift, looping lazily, like satellites settling into stable orbits. This is not distraction. This is alignment. The mind is learning the universe's preferred pace. And here's something quietly profound. The universe does not experience its own size. It simply exists. Only conscious beings feel vastness, feel smallness, feel awe, which means that awe itself is one of the universe's rarest creations. Not the galaxies, not the stars, but the feeling you have right now. This soft awareness of scale, this peaceful humility, that is something special. You don't need to hold on to it. Like everything else, it can pass. The universe is not something you must stay awake to appreciate. Its size is not diminished by your rest. If anything, it becomes easier to feel when you stop trying to measure it. When the mind loosens its grip, the universe doesn't disappear. It becomes background, a steady presence, a quiet constant beneath everything. And in that background, sleep feels natural, almost cosmically appropriate. After all, most of the universe is dark. Most of it is silent. Most of it is resting between moments of activity. You are not stepping away from the universe by sleeping. You are joining it. So let the question, how big is the universe, fade without needing an answer. Let it dissolve into something simpler, something softer, a sense of openness, a feeling of space, a quiet trust that whatever is out there, whatever lies beyond sight, beyond light, beyond understanding, it does not need anything from you right now. As the mind settles even further, the idea of distance begins to lose its sharp edges. The universe no longer feels like something stretched far away, measured in light years and cosmic diagrams. Instead, it feels closer, not smaller, but nearer in a different way, as if vastness itself has leaned in, not to demand attention, but to offer shelter. The same space that holds galaxies also holds this quiet moment. Nothing separates them. Nothing needs to. It's easy, when thinking about the size of the universe, to imagine yourself as an observer standing at some imaginary center, looking outward. But there is no center, no privileged point. Every place in the universe is, in a sense, the middle of its own observable horizon. From wherever you are right now, space stretches equally in all directions. The universe does not radiate away from you, nor does it converge toward you. It simply surrounds you, evenly, patiently, without preference. That realization has a softness to it. You are not lost in the universe. You are not drifting toward an edge. You are exactly where you are meant to be, because every location is valid. Every moment is anchored. The universe does not assign importance based on position or scale. A quiet bedroom at night exists as fully as a blazing quasar 10 billion light-years away. And perhaps that is why thinking about cosmic size can feel strangely intimate. The universe is not a distant spectacle. It is the context of everything. The air around you, the warmth beneath a blanket, the faint hum of electricity, the slow rhythm of your breath, all of it exists because the universe is large enough, old enough, and stable enough to allow these small comforts to happen at all. Even time begins to soften here. The universe has a deep past and an open future, but in this moment, neither presses in. Billions of years have already passed. Trillions may still come, but right now time is narrow, manageable, reduced to a single breath, a single thought drifting by and dissolving before it finishes forming. You might notice that the urge to understand is fading. The mind no longer wants diagrams or explanations. It no longer needs to visualize the cosmic web or calculate expansion rates. Understanding has done its work. It brought you here. Now it can rest. The universe does not require comprehension to be real, and you do not require comprehension to belong within it. Somewhere far beyond the observable horizon, space continues, whether infinite or finite, looping or flat, bursting with galaxies or quietly empty. Those questions can remain unanswered without consequence. Mystery is not a gap to be filled. It is a feature of existence, a reminder that reality is larger than any single perspective, and there is comfort in that. Because if the universe cannot be fully known, then there is no pressure to know it fully. Curiosity can relax, wonder can soften, the mind can release itself from the task of holding infinity. The universe will still be vast when you wake. It will still be expanding, still forming stars, still carrying light across unimaginable distances. Nothing depends on your alertness. Nothing pauses in anticipation. The cosmos has been patient for nearly 14 billion years. It can wait while you sleep, so let the final remnants of effort drift away. Let scale dissolve into presence. Let the universe be what it is, without needing to be named or measured. You are not falling behind. You are not missing anything. You are simply resting inside something immeasurably large and remarkably gentle, and that is enough. Now, as the journey begins to wind gently inward, the universe feels less like a destination and more like a quiet backdrop. The vast distances we traveled no longer stretch outward in the imagination. Instead, they settle behind you, like a long road fading into darkness, still there, still real, but no longer asking to be followed. The universe remains immense, but it no longer feels distant. It feels steady, reliable, almost familiar. There is a certain peace in realizing that nothing in the universe is in a hurry. Galaxies take hundreds of millions of years to change shape. Stars live for billions of years before they even consider ending. Even light, the fastest thing there is, moves patiently, never rushing, never slowing, simply doing what it has always done. In a universe like this, urgency is a local invention, a human one, and it does not apply here. As your thoughts slow, you might notice how naturally your breathing aligns with this cosmic pace, in outer rhythm that feels ancient, practiced, effortless. Your body does not need instructions to rest. It has been preparing for sleep all day. The universe, in its vastness, offers permission to follow that instinct. And think about this gently. Everything that makes rest possible exists because the universe is as big as it is. The stability of physical laws, the long history of star formation, the quiet consistency of gravity and time. If the universe were smaller, younger, more chaotic, this moment would not exist. This stillness would not be available. The very size of the cosmos is what makes this calm possible. So the question, how big is the universe, finally completes its transformation. It is no longer a puzzle. It is no longer a challenge. It becomes an answer in itself, big enough to allow complexity, big enough to allow life, big enough to allow rest. You don't need to imagine traveling anymore. You don't need to picture galaxies or horizons or expansion. You've already carried those images far enough. Now they can fade like stars dimming at dawn, not disappearing, just slipping out of view as sleep approaches. The universe does not mind being forgotten for a while. It does not require attention to continue being vast. It will be there when you return to it, unchanged, patient, open. As the last traces of thought soften, the universe no longer feels like something to contemplate. It feels like something to lean into. Vastness stops being an idea and becomes a sensation, a spaciousness around the mind, an openness where nothing presses, nothing demands, nothing needs to be solved. The stars are still burning far away. Galaxies are still drifting apart. Space is still expanding into futures no one will ever witness. But all of that continues without effort, without awareness, without concern. And because of that, you are allowed to stop trying too. There is a deep kindness in the way the universe is built. It does not crowd itself. It leaves room between atoms, between stars, between thoughts. That space is not emptiness. It is possibility. It is rest. Right now you are floating in that space, not literally, perhaps, but in every way that matters. Your body is supported. The ground beneath you is steady. The planet beneath that is stable. The star it orbits is calm. The galaxy carrying that star is vast and quiet. And beyond that, the universe stretches so far that nothing needs your attention anymore. You are held by layers of distance and time so immense that worry becomes unnecessary. Whatever has happened today, whatever waits tomorrow, it all exists inside something far larger than urgency, far larger than fear, far larger than thought. And so the question that began this journey finally dissolves, not into an answer. How big is the universe? Big enough that you don't need to carry it, big enough that you can rest inside it without understanding it, big enough that sleep feels natural, safe, and earned. The universe will continue expanding, time will continue flowing, stars will continue shining. You do not need to. Let your thoughts fade like distant galaxies slipping beyond the horizon. Let awareness narrow to warmth, to breath, to stillness. Let the vastness do what it has always done. Hold everything and let you rest. The universe does not end with an answer. It ends, if it ever ends at all, with quiet. And that quiet has been with us all along, woven gently between stars, folded into the spaces between thoughts. Now, as we approach the final stretch of this journey, the silence feels closer, not because the universe has shrunk, but because the mind has stopped reaching outward. There is something deeply reassuring about realizing that even the largest questions do not demand resolution. The universe does not insist that you understand its size in order to belong to it. It does not require a final number or a neat conclusion. Vastness is not a riddle to be solved. It is a condition to be lived within. If you imagine for a moment all the light that has ever existed, every photon released from every star, every galaxy, every explosion and gentle glow, it forms a river of brightness flowing through time. And you, here, now, are touching just one tiny ripple in that stream. Not the beginning, not the end. Simply a moment of awareness drifting by. That is enough. The universe has always been generous with time. It gives stars billions of years to burn. It gives planets eons to cool. It gives life countless chances to begin, to change, to try again. And in this generosity, it gives you permission to slow down completely, to stop measuring, to stop imagining distances, to stop holding the sky open in your thoughts. You are not required to stay awake for the universe to continue. The cosmos has practiced persistence for nearly 14 billion years. It does not need your supervision. It does not need your understanding. It does not even need your attention. It only needs to be. And it is. As sleep approaches, the boundary between inner and outer space becomes less distinct. The vast universe outside mirrors the quiet universe inside. Both are dark, not with emptiness, but with potential. Both are filled with subtle motion, with gentle change happening too slowly to disturb rest. Your breath continues, steady and automatic. Your heart continues its patient rhythm. Your body knows how to sleep. It has done this since before you had language, before you had questions, before you ever wondered how big the universe might be. And in this moment, that ancient knowledge rises quietly to the surface. You do not need to imagine stars anymore. You do not need to picture galaxies drifting apart. You do not need to travel another light year. You have arrived, not at the edge of the universe, but at the edge of wakefulness, a soft boundary where thoughts lose their shape, where awareness becomes diffuse, where the universe no longer feels large or small but simply present, held, safe, endless, but not demanding. The universe will still be vast when you wake. The stars will still be burning. Space will still be expanding, but for now you can let go completely. There is nothing left to reach for now. The universe no longer stretches ahead of you as a distance to be crossed or a mystery to be unraveled. It settles instead like a deep, steady presence, something vast enough that it no longer needs attention, something reliable enough that you can trust it to continue without you. When you stop asking how big the universe is, something interesting happens. The question dissolves, and what remains is a feeling of openness, of space, of relief. As if the mind, after holding the sky for so long, has finally set it down and realized it was never meant to carry it in the first place. The universe has always been carrying you. Every atom in your body has traveled an impossibly long road to arrive here, forged in ancient stars scattered through space, gathered again by gravity and time, not hurried, not forced, just guided gently by the same laws that shape galaxies and bend light. You are not an accident drifting through something too large to care. You are a natural outcome of a universe that had enough room to allow complexity, awareness, and rest to emerge. And rest is what this moment is about now. The universe does not resist stillness, it encourages it. Most of existence is quiet, most of space is dark, most of time passes without drama. It is only at very small scales, very brief moments, that urgency appears. Sleep is a return to the universe's preferred state, calm, low effort, unforced. As your thoughts slow, you may notice that even curiosity has softened. The desire to know what lies beyond the observable universe, beyond infinity, beyond time itself, gently fades. Those questions do not vanish, they simply step back, patient, content to wait. They know they will still exist tomorrow, or next year, or never be answered at all, and that is okay. There is no failure in not knowing. The universe itself does not know what it will become. It is still unfolding, still expanding, still discovering new arrangements of matter and energy. If the cosmos can exist without a final plan, so can you. The size of the universe no longer matters here. Large and small lose their meaning when there is nothing to compare them to. What matters instead is this quiet moment of presence, the feeling of being supported, the sense that nothing is required of you right now. You are not behind, you are not late, you are not missing anything. The universe has room for you to pause. As awareness grows heavier, the boundary between thought and dream thins. Images lose their edges, words dissolve before they finish forming. The mind begins to do what it has always done best when allowed: wander gently, without direction, without purpose. And somewhere in that wandering, sleep arrives, not suddenly, not forcefully, but naturally, like a star slowly cooling, like space expanding without sound. The universe does not announce transitions, it simply allows them. Everything is already taken care of. The universe continues exactly as it always has, quietly expanding, gently reshaping itself, carrying time forward without effort or intention. Nothing waits for you to finish thinking. Nothing pauses to see if you are paying attention, and in that certainty there is a deep, calming permission to let go completely. The question that began this journey, how big is the universe, no longer needs an answer, not because it was unimportant, but because it has done its work. It guided you outward, through distance and scale, and then softly returned you inward, towards stillness. Questions like this are not meant to be closed. They are meant to open something and then fade. Right now, size no longer matters. Distance no longer matters. Even time loosens its grip. The universe is large enough to hold all of it without strain. The stars, the voids, the questions, and this quiet moment where awareness begins to blur into rest. Your body settles deeper, your breathing becomes slower, softer, automatic. Thoughts thin out, like light stretched across expanding space. You are not falling asleep away from the universe. You are falling asleep within it, wrapped in gravity, anchored by time, carried by laws that have never failed. Nothing more is required of you tonight. No insight to reach, no understanding to finish, no edge to arrive at. The universe does not end. It continues, and you are allowed to stop. So let the darkness behind your eyes become wide and gentle. Let the last flickers of thought dissolve without being followed. Let the vastness that once felt unimaginable become simply background, a quiet, steady presence that asks nothing of you. The stars will still be there. The galaxies will still be drifting. Space will still be opening in every direction. But you don't need to be awake for any of it. Rest now. You are safe. You are held. You are home.